At long last, we are live. Welcome back to Reasoned Answers, everyone.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Did have some delay in getting started here. Dinner was delivered late. My son's fault, not a delivery driver. He went out, got dinner, took a long time to get here. So I got as much prepared beforehand as I could, but I still had to eat. Didn't want to do this whole probably several hour stream without having eaten. So thank you for your patience, and I'm glad that you are all here. We do have the dog cam and the cat cam active today, and of course we have Mary Harp here. Today we're going to be discussing a channel favorite, the one and only Mufti Menk. He was doing, a Friday sermon, a Friday khutbah talk, and decided to try to relate it to current headlines at the time. And so he tries to talk about the James Webb Telescope to what I think, personally, are hilarious results, although Mary has not seen this video, so perhaps she will be very impressed by his argument. Welcome, Mary.
Hello. I expect to be so swept away that I am forced to acknowledge the beauty and truth of Islam.
Excellent, excellent. Setting the stakes high here.
I'm setting the standard where Mufti Menk considers it to be set. So
Mhm.
he needs to live up to his promises.
Indeed, indeed. And Mufti Menk, while the audience may see him and think, why in the world are you responding to this idiot, to this clown? Well, first of all Islamic apologetics is, to be honest, intellectually bankrupt, devoid of good arguments. But Mufti Menk is not strictly speaking an apologist. He's more of a preacher than he is an apologist. But he is extremely popular in the Muslim world. A good argument could be made that he is the most well-known contemporary Muslim, the most popular, the most famous in the Islamic world. So I thought it would be good to take a look at some of his videos, especially since everyone knows that he loves apples, and that features very prominently on this channel. So before we get to his argument on the James Webb Space Telescope, however, I have a bonus clip, a bonus argument on why Islam is the truth, so to speak, from the Mufti. I don't know if he would say this is a reason it's true or not, but he certainly says that there are people converting to Islam for this reason. So let me share my screen here, and let's see what he has to say in this fun opening clip. Add that to the screen, and hopefully we can all hear this.
The other day they were selling me baby soft tissues on the traffic lights. I'm sure you guys have seen this in Zimbabwe at the traffic lights. They sell you a big packet of baby soft tissues. Have you seen that? The traffic lights. I opened my window. I said, shamwari inini ndoshandisa mvura andishandise paper so. It's my brother. I don't use this. I use water. He looked at me and he started laughing. And I explained to him, you're selling me tissue, but I use water. Subhanallah. Immediately he knew. Then when I passed again, he looked at me, he says, you are the guy who uses water. I said, hey, ongo inini. So it's amazing, because one of the first teachings of Islam is how to use the toilet and to wash your backsides. Subhanallah. Don't be ashamed of it. Talk about it. It's an honorable teaching. The world went to Qatar for World Cup. They were mesmerized by a shattaf. Shattaf is the little spray to wash a bum. Subhanallah, we took it for granted. People changed their lives because of that. I know people who became Muslims because of that little spray.
Oh my goodness. Let's talk about what they actually use and why we still have cholera outbreaks today. Today, in the 21st century, the only cholera outbreaks in the world are either in Islamic countries or where Muslims have been. Where Muslims go with traditional Islamic bathroom practices, they bring oral fecal disease outbreaks. That means little bacteria that go in through your mouth make you very sick, make you have diarrhea, come out your butt, and then what comes out your butt goes in somebody else's mouth and makes them sick because of Islamic bathroom practices. Because Muhammad, the Arabs had been using stones in the desert, and Muhammad still used stones in the desert. So don't tell me, oh, we don't wipe. You liars, Muhammad wiped. Muhammad added water. Why did he add water? Because he was in Medina, and that's what the Jews were doing. They were using water in their toileting. Now, the problem with this is it seems really clean, right? Where did Allah talk about soap? Where did Muhammad talk about soap? Please give me one instance where Muhammad used soap that would take the bacteria of poop that he just smeared onto his hands from his butt because he touched his butthole with his hand. He took his hand, got it wet, and rubbed his butthole with it and spread germs all over his hand. So it was no longer visibly dirty, but it's now coated in bacteria. Tell me at what point that gets washed away by soap, because soap has a nonpolar and a polar end, so it's able to wash away things like fecal bacteria that stick to your skin because because they're attracted to the oils. Where does Allah talk about soap to prevent cholera? He doesn't.
He doesn't. And
yeah.
I was laughing so hard at the. I don't know why I find this clip so funny, but just the way he's like, it changes their life when they find out they can just spray their butt and it will be clean. And he actually describes the tissues, right? Just pure water. That's what he says. Just pure water.
Yeah.
He actually describes the tissues they're selling as paper soap, and he says, I don't use that. I don't use no soap. That's disgusting. We Muslims, we just use water and water only.
Yeah, and the thing is, they didn't spray. They don't have sprays. They had nothing to spray with. Their fingers came in contact with feces. And people go, oh, if you touch feces, would you just wipe it? You also don't just stick water on it. If you do not wash with soap, or you could potentially scrub it off with sand, but they did not. They did not do that. Because they touched their poop with their hands, they spread it in other places. You can go, oh, your butthole would still have a tiny bit of poo on it. It might be invisible. It might not touch your underwear, but that's exactly the same thing. Your hands still have little bits of poo on them. When you use traditional Islamic methods, you get poop on your hands. That is why you have outbreaks of oral fecal disease in Islamic restaurants. Restaurant workers caused extreme sickness multiple times in the UK, and it was traced back to Pakistani restaurants. And the specific reason that was given is that they didn't wash their hands properly after pooping in the Islamic method. I didn't save it, and I really should have. I didn't save it. But there had been guidance given by the NIH NHS in the UK for specifically for cultural training for Muslims to get them to stop putting poop in people's food, because Muhammad didn't use soap. And so all these Muslims think that they're super clean as they touch their buttholes and get butt bacteria all over their hands and then spread it to food. And this is the same thing that happens all the time in Pakistan and India. Muslims are like, oh, we're so clean. You filthy Hindus who poop outdoors. First of all, Muhammad pooped outdoors, and so did his followers until at least 627. And Muhammad never had any problem with pooping outdoors. In fact, he was terrified of latrines for a long time until he came up with a latrine routine to keep the latrine jinn from getting you. When he moved to Medina, all the people in Medina were pooping in latrines. But when he got there, his people from Mecca, because it was so backwatery, from Mecca refused to use the latrines because the latrine demons would get them. And Muhammad didn't say, oh, there are no latrine demons. No, like, oh yeah, the latrine demons are totally going to get you. And so for years they didn't use it. It may have been that the numbers of his followers got too great and people just pooping outside because they were imitating Muhammad. Eventually, he started using latrines. If he had not started using latrines at the end, Muslims still might be running out into the woods to poop because he didn't start using any kind of latrine until after 627. There were never any latrines for his wives in any of their houses. Ever, ever. They ran out into the fields and pooped. They didn't go to latrines. And part of the reason was that the latrine trips were very culturally important because that's when you picked up people to have sex with. So you used the nightly latrine trek as an excuse to make romantic assignations, and Muhammad didn't want to interfere either.
I know that's true,
So
but I can't help but laugh. Uh, while going to the bathroom, I practiced my pickup line.
yeah, I would assume that you'd pick up the women after they went to the toilet, not before. It's like, yeah, you may be hot, but I really got to go. I've had to hold my poop all day because women aren't allowed to poop during the day. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so,
So I got
so
a
do not
whole
tell me that this is a clean religion. You would not have cholera outbreaks in the 21st century in Mecca that
got a whole
spread to throughout the world if you guys weren't being disgusting. Stop being disgusting.
Get a whole bunch of comments from the audience here with some serious ones and some not so serious one. Tommy Guy is here, has an important point. This is why the hijab was created. Didn't want to see them pooping, or more accurately, the women didn't want to be recognized while they were going to the bathroom because it was embarrassing to be seen going to the bathroom. So they got a revelation to cover up, and then they wouldn't have to be embarrassed about going to the bathroom anymore. Mark de Catiovo says, "Are these the same demons he got revelations from?"
Apparently, they were different demons because he was scared of these and he stopped being scared of the ones he got revelations from.
Jack Ray asks, "What do you call a car with an Islamic apologist in it?" A clown car. Una pointed out that Morgan is not buying the argument. She's just not impressed by Mufti Menk. Marion spoke of her cat, Lodbrook. She said Lodbrook is out having fun in the forest tonight. Snow is as good as gone. But the one comment that I really burst out laughing in the middle of Mary's discussion was this one from Dr. Murky. Soap hadn't been invented yet.
Yeah, it had.
So in the 6th century AD, according to him, the reason Muhammad never told anyone to use soap is because it hadn't been invented yet. Of course,
He would be a
if he had,
terrible, perfect pattern for mankind. It would not. He's telling people to do things that make everyone sick, and that made people sick then, and continue to make people sick.
mm-hmm.
So
And
Allah is telling them to do things that make people sick. Now, soap was in fact in use then in several places, and so were some equivalents thereof. Like India did not have classic soap, but it had uh, saponification processes that created a soap-like substances that the Hindus were using at this time. By the way, the dirty, filthy Hindus that Muslims like to make fun of had a soap. They had some vegetable matter that, whenever they treated a certain way, produced uh, things that would create the polar and non-polar uh, ends and be able to dissolve uh, polar thing or non-polar uh, substances like oils into water. So yes, there were these things. They were in existence, and they were potentially available to Muhammad if he had been talking to anyone except for an ignorant cave demon.
mm-hmm. As Haji points out, soap was invented around 4,500 years ago, 4,500 to 5,000 years ago, somewhere in that range. So would have been available in that time period. Muhammad could have certainly told his followers to use it, but he didn't. So, you know, just more evidence of the
Oh, nice. Here
pure.
we go. The the oldest soaps were used for ritualistic purposes by Sumerian priests when they purified themselves before sacred rites.
Oh, you
So
see, it was even religious.
ancient Sumerians were capable of doing voodoo in a way that doesn't spread fecal contaminants around and cause people get sick.
Hmm hmm Uh, so there you go. It is, in fact, not only existent, but was used in religious practices. I guess since Islam, one of the reasons Islam is supposedly true, and this isn't just from Mufti Menk, but other Muslims as well, is because it's the cleanest of all religions. Then, sorry, I connected
Oops.
the other cat cam, and that created some bad results when I forgot to mute it there. But um, it's the cleanest of all religions, except for the other religions that came before it that used soap as part of their religious practices. So I guess it's not all that clean after all. But as Houston pointed out, if it was true that soap hadn't been invented yet, well, then soap would be an innovation that only the kuffar would use. So you really don't get around anything by claiming it hadn't been invented. Anyway, let me just take a few of these humorous comments here, rapid fire. Una, Islam is true because bidets exist, apparently. Daniel, I learned the proper way to wash my butt, and now I'm Muslim. Subhanallah. Could be. This prayer has made my imam stronger. When a Muslim puts that later in the comment section, this video has made my imam stronger. I think everyone should respond, yes, it does teach about the magic butt sprays of Islam.
Dankworth Balthazar. Wait, Quran contains science not discovered until 2000 AD, but not hygiene discovered in 2500 BC? That's good. That's good.
Indeed. Definitely a good comment there. Sorry. Oh,
Why
we
on
have.
earth would you not have soap in a hot place? I think that, again, a modern Muslim does not understand what soap is and what it does. Like,
So,
the sweatier and grosser you are, the more you'd need soap.
So, nerd, the reason I don't address your off topic comments is because they are off topic. You continue to be off topic, you know the rules. No warnings, you go immediately to time out. Alexander says, latrine, gin, soap is sinful. Trust me, bro. Well, you can't go to the latrine because that's where the gin are. And, well, I don't know. Yeah, this is the comment you were responding here. That, oh, Arabia was scorching hot. I don't think soap would have been very common in Arabia. Who cares if it's
How does it
common or
think
not?
that
This
soap
is supposed to
comes
be the
from? So
perfect
confused.
example.
I
I don't know what being hot has anything to do with anything, but regardless, whether it's common, uncommon, or not, Muhammad's supposed to be the perfect example for everyone, which is why Mufti Menk, because he's a faithful Muslim, does not use soap or paper. He just uses a spray bottle with water in it and nothing else. And the street merchant laughs at him. That's the guy who only uses water. And he's like, people are converting to Islam because.
Oh my. And the invention of the bidet, which means you don't touch your butt with your hands, is not from the Islamic world. Not at all. The old bidet, which was kind of yucky because the Europeans did have soap and did use soap, unlike Muslims who did not use soap for a very long time. You see, oh my goodness, I have seen pictures of public toilets in rural areas in the Islamic world. It's the most horrifying thing you have ever seen. They will have a towel for dry along with your bucket for washing yourself with. A common towel, a permanent towel, one that gets washed however many people use it. Imagine sharing a towel that has been associated with, are they drying their butts or only their hands? Either way, that towel is now covered with fecal bacteria, coated with fecal bacteria. Just mind blowing how revolting it is. And yet they're pretending that they have some kind of relation with the technology perfected in Japan of using water to squirt your butt and no hands come in contact whatsoever, and then it nicely dries you. No, no.
Absolutely. Just a couple more before we get on to a somewhat more serious subject here. Ethan says bacteria is Yahoo. Talmudic Tunnels Construction says the eyes are the spray of the anus. And a serious question from Daniel. So there's an Islamic, i.e. correct way to wash your butt.
Yes.
Mary, over to you.
Absolutely. You wash it with your left hand and with water if you have water. If you don't, you wipe it without water an odd number of times with stones. But you can't do it with bones or with dried dung, because you see, the bones are the food of the jinn, and you shouldn't get your poop on the food of the jinn. Very important to know.
Oh, look.
And then after that, you're supposed to rinse your hands and not wash them with soap. Rinse them.
Oh, look, the false prophet Wesley is here. What, Wesley, why did your prophecy come false when you said all the Qurans in the world would disappear? And then you upped it by saying all the Bibles that aren't King James would disappear as well. I would like to know why you are a false prophet. I don't want to hear your new strange prophecy. I want to know why you're a false prophet. Everyone, remind Wesley that he is a false prophet, please. And it is the first time I've seen him since he gave his false prophecy that then in a few days' time, all of the Qurans in the world would simultaneously disappear for a period of time. And then he doubled down on it the next day on another channel, saying that non-King James Bibles would also disappear as proof from God that only the King James translation of the Bible is correct scripture. Michael K says, well, germ theory of disease was 1,100 years in the future, which is true. Problem is that Muhammad's supposed to be the best example. So if people come later and they discover new things, could it possibly be as good or better than what Muhammad knew? Nina says, crappy religion, literally. Fighting Finn, in reference to picking people up on the way to the toilet, said, smell of love in the air. And Una says, I guess we're here for shits and giggles. Finally, Ocean Mist, Soap Hu Akbar. Soap is bigger. Soap is greater than Muhammad's teachings. I think that one's accurate. All right, so we're going to come to the video that we're planned for today. There's a link to the whole thing in the video description. And I just messed that up. Give me 1 second. There we go. There's a link to it in the video description if you want to check it out, but we'll basically be playing the whole thing, not hiding anything, not hiding any of Mufti Menk's brilliant thoughts on the James Webb Telescope. And, well, we'll let him give his argument for himself.
Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. My brothers, my sisters, you may have heard of the James Webb Telescope that was launched a few months ago, costing billions of dollars. Allah Almighty has always challenged man and promised that every time you discover something, it will lead you to the confirmation that this revelation of the Quran is the truth.
All right, so I'm going to pause him there before he gets to what we supposedly have discovered that is the truth of Islam. I'd like the audience to place some guesses as to what you think he might try to reference in the Quran. Mary, any thoughts from you?
I have no idea. This guy is such a lunatic.
Well, I imagine if we gave the chat 100 Quran verses to guess at, they would probably not come to the correct one unless they cheated by looking at the title of Mufti Menk's video here, which is James Webb discovers just a droplet. Any thoughts based on that title?
Oh no.
All right. Well, with that ominous, oh no, let's see what he has to say.
And that Allah Almighty is indeed the creator, and whatever He has revealed is the truth. سَنُرِيهِمْ آيَاتِنَا فِي الْآفَاقِ. We will show them our signs in the horizons. وَفِي أَنفُسِهِمْ, and within themselves. Yes, there is a telescope that is the most sophisticated created so far. Many nations came together in order to get this rolling, to launch it, the James Webb telescope, into space, millions of kilometers, in order to find out what there is. That already proves that man did not know and does not know, because every day he is discovering more and more. Yet people say we won't believe what we don't see.
Who ate the apple?
This
Oh, my
is
goodness.
his first point here. The fact that we are exploring space proves we don't know everything, which I don't think literally anyone in the history of humanity, even the most hardened atheist, would say we know everything. But
Okay,
it's a bit of
so
a leap, right, to say we don't know everything, to say Islam is true.
the
Just a bit.
verse he quoted was 41:53, wasn't it? Like
I don't know,
slightly
4153.
butchered. We will show them our signs and the horizons and within themselves until it becomes clear to them. Hang on. That's Islam. So special. This is like special education religion here. Dr. M here, I don't know why he calls himself a doctor, because there is no one who could get a doctorate who could possibly be that stupid. Thinks that our argument is that prophets tell people to use soap. I know that your parents are cousins and your grandparents are cousins, and so many cousins have married cousins that it is just like they had married brother and sister. And in spite of that, I do not think that you are that stupid. The point is not prophets tell their followers to use soap. No, the point is Mohammed claimed to have gotten correct instruction about how to purify oneself from God, from his Allah, from his cave demon. His cave demon supposedly told people to start a practice that would end up spreading a lot of disease. Therefore, his cave demon is a moron or didn't tell him anything. Are you following yet? Has your brain arrived yet?
What happens is that some involuntary excrement comes out of your orifice. Say that one again for me, brother. I say that some.
So that was clicked by accident there.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But involuntary excrement comes out of your orifice. As we're talking, we're just talking about Muslim bathroom habits. Very interesting there from
job,
hijab. But so the cat is like laying against my thing, so I had to pick it up.
Involuntary excrement comes out of your.
Push something. So what I really wanted to push was
you're missing a little bit up here, my friend. Like you're not even paying attention.
For Dr. M there. He as usual, right? He strawmans the argument being made. We would not suggest that a prophet provides a perfect example for all people to follow. Muslims, however, would suggest that. So you can't say, oh, your criteria are really stupid. Your argument is destroyed, because we're using your criteria, or at least the criteria you're supposed to believe, and analyzing those criteria. And you gotta like pay attention, man, or you're never going to understand anything. And I'm going to go ahead and make a wager here that his next comment will indicate that he still has no clue whatsoever the argument being made is.
No, he like cannot physically understand it. Ah, that is not what it should have been. Hang on one second.
It was a perfect accident. And you see,
So
Allah has cursed your clips.
hang on. Islam awakened. Why is this not coming up? Here it is.
So Mary is trying to get the actual verse there to show us why this translation is not particularly good. Protestant believer
Well, no,
said,
it's
"Who
it's
ate?"
more like what it's actually saying versus what he's pretending it's saying. So, where's the other one? Oh my goodness, I have too many.
I mean, I think he was just saying that you will find signs in
No,
the
well,
world.
hang on, hang on. I am getting quite annoyed at this. It's actually pretty important. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, it just keeps changing to a different one. Uh, I'm going to change it manually. 83, I believe.
No, Dr. Murky, as usual, your brain is murky. You have no clue what anyone's talking about. We are not calling the Archangel Gabriel a cave demon. We're calling the being who appeared to Muhammad, who claimed to be Gabriel, a demon. If I go around and say, I am the Prophet Muhammad, does that mean that if someone says, that guy claiming to be the Prophet Muhammad is insane, that means you're agreeing that the Prophet Muhammad is insane? Or do people not always identify things correctly? My goodness, man. Are you here to try to make Muslims look as stupid as possible? Are you actually an atheist just mocking Muslims here? Because that's what it feels like. That's really, really what it feels like. I
Okay.
really doubt that you believe in Islam at all, to be honest.
No, I don't think that he can. All right. So I have shared my screen now. If we can switch over.
Yep.
Let's talk about what you see on the clear horizon first. What is the first thing ever seen on the clear horizon? So it's supposed to be about Muhammad. Muhammad, your companion Muhammad, is not possessed. He truly saw him on the clear horizon. He is not niggardly of the unseen. And it is not the word and of a curse Satan. Where then are you going? Etc., etc. It is not but a reminder unto all beings, etc., etc. So he's claiming that he saw a true being on the clear horizon, saw him on the clear horizon. So the miracle of the horizon is a vision of the divine. Now, Muslims want to say that this is Jibril. In context, is clearly Allah. In other places as well, it cannot be grammatically in another ayah. It cannot, or excuse me, in another surah. It can be nothing other than Allah Himself. But we will just ignore that for the moment. Say, okay, it's either Jibril or Allah, one or the other. Let me change my. This is just really. I don't know why. No, my the one that I'm using is really, really. Wow, I can't even bring it up. Give me a second. There's something up with my browser today, and it does not want to display correctly. Let me try again.
Well, you're doing that here. Mark says Muslims are the best anti-Islam advertising.
This is the best advertisement for Islam that's ever existed in the world.
People like Dr. Murky Brain or Mr. Mahmood, who have no clue and just embarrass Islam in the chat, are the best they got. the best they got. Hey, look, Mr. Mahmood said something correct. He said you have to read the whole chapter to give the context. He's referring to the Bible, of course. He would never come in and talk about the Quran because he's embarrassed by what's in his Quran. But his attempt to profane the Bible, he says you have to read the whole chapter to know the context. Well, that's part of the context. You've already gone way further than any Muslim ever goes. That's not the only context, though. There's also the entire book. There's the entirety of scripture, and then there's the cultural context as well. And you need to consider all these things to properly analyze a text. But I salute you for at least acknowledging that you can't take a single verse or half a verse out of context like Muslims typically do when they attempt to prove that their God is not a liar when he says that Muhammad is in the Bible, for example. All right, what you got for us, Mary?
So here is the other one talking about things on the horizon. We will show them our signs, our miracles on the horizons and in themselves. Now, a horizon is not beyond the atmosphere. It is literally the edge of the world. Let's be clear. The edge of the world, not beyond the atmosphere. The world of Islam is flat. And on the edge of the world, at that edge is the horizon. And there they will see a miracle. And then it will be clear to them that this is the truth. This was whenever Muhammad was still promising miracles. You'll totally see, will totally let you see a miracle on the horizons. So what
All
this
right.
has to do, this kind of, oh, it's saying that you don't know things? Like, no, it's saying Allah, I Allah, or we Allah, because we are many, we Allah, all the Allahs, we are going to show them our miracles on the horizons and inside themselves. Is he saying that James Webb Telescope was specifically made by Allah and is a miracle? Because that could be the only way that this would have any relationship to that. Now, what it's actually saying is that there will be a divine revelation on the horizon that everyone will see. They're all dead now. It never happened.
Andrew Martin says, notice horizons, plural, because the author thinks that there are more than one, which would make sense in a flat earth with defined boundaries. Not so much sense in a globe, unless you're saying there's infinite horizons because you move a couple feet and the horizon moves a couple feet. Unless that's what he's saying, this fits with a flat earth model. Now, to Mufti Menk's credit, so he took an inappropriate verse, but to his credit, there are verses in the Quran that say you can see the signs of God or Allah in nature. Basic theological principle, probably held by all religions ever, basically, that God is active in creation and leaves signs of his appearance or of his work, or if you're in polytheistic, their work. But either way, there aren't too many religions that say the world is uncreated and untouched by any god in any way. So I still think that it's a bit of a leap to say you don't know everything, therefore Islam is true.
Oh my goodness.
Just me.
I can't find any belief system that says that people presently know everything. There isn't one.
All right, well, let's see his next point.
SubhanAllah. They say we don't believe in the Maker because we didn't see him. Well, Allah says we showed you our signs, and Allah says you keep going and you will keep going, but this creation you will not be able to go beyond.
Allah says keep going and you will keep going. Isn't he profound?
Well, he's saying you won't be able to go beyond creation, but that's not at all what Allah says. Allah gives distances between different heavens. And the distances are in years, not light years, but in years of camel travel. And we have certainly exceeded the years of camel travel at that time. So we have exceeded more than 500 years of camel travel. Let's see, 200 miles, 360 5 times 500. Let's see, distance to Pluto.
Well, we would expect it not to be too far since the stars are in the lowest of the atmospheres or spaces or whatever you want to call them. Heavens, of course, is what Islam calls them or what the Quran calls them. But the lowest heaven has the stars in it. So there shouldn't be anything too far away if by the time you get to the top of the lowest heaven, you're already at the stars.
Yeah, well, each heaven is supposed to be 500 years away. So
So all of the
approximately the
stars,
size the size of the solar system is about the size of a heaven. And so that would mean that after that you make it to the lowest heaven from Earth. You should be in the lowest heaven by then. And before then you're not in any heaven according to this. But you should be past all the stars because the stars are hung on the lowest heaven. So once you go past Pluto, you should be beyond, once you're a bit past Pluto, you should be up beyond all the stars because the stars are hung on the lowest heaven and they are missiles to pelt Jinn with. That would make me believe in Islam. Is if we got to Pluto and we go, man, all these stars are stuck on here, and when we get close, we get hit with the stars that are being thrown at us by the angels.
So Mr. Mahmood says,
oh, he wants me to put him in timeout and to eat another Quran.
yeah, I was going to say, he says that Hatun messed with Islam and saw the consequences. So now he gets to, although I know he doesn't care, right? Because he does this crap all the time. He gets to see the consequences. Mary's going to go get a Quran. I have a Quran here. He gets to see the consequences of Muslims who try to mess with us. So while she's grabbing one, let me just go ahead. I wouldn't want this to be too small or anything for anyone to see. So I'll just highlight myself here. Pure Arabic Quran here. Pure Arabic. No English. This is a real Quran, as some Muslims would say. Because if you have English, that contaminates it since it's the language of the Kafirs, I suppose. Allah only speaks Arabic. So we got a few pieces. Let's just get a few more and a few more and a few more. And Mary will be adding her contributions here in a second. And a few more. And make it rain. All right. So it looks like Mary is still grabbing a Quran here. And I know that Big Mahmood doesn't care. I know that he loves seeing the Quran desecrated, but he wants to talk about consequences. And there will be consequences. And for the Muslims who shut down my stream last week, those consequences are coming right up. The Qurans have arrived. A whole stack of them has arrived at my house. This, what you just saw, that's nothing. And that is just child's play for the child Big Mahmood in the chat. When we see what happens to the stack of Qurans, well, we'll see if they still want to try to shut down the channel. Mary, you ready, or should I take a super chat?
Oh, I'm ready for mine too. Oh, sorry, I pre-scripted. Apologies.
All right, you're up.
So, would we like to continue this? Because do remember that if anyone touches her again, I will be using an entire Quran as my menstrual material for a month. So you will get the full benefit of my month, and I will make a photo documentation of the trip, of the path of this Quran during the month.
All right. And we all know that that's perfectly okay because while you're menstruating anyway, you can't do anything to serve Allah because he's offended by the way he created you. So you might as well just go ahead and curse Allah since he's already cursing you. Perfectly fair, I would say. Oh, Lurk Moore says that is blasphemy to desecrate the Quran. You had better be ready for hell. Oh, I'm ready for
That's
all of the
Mahmood.
punishment your false god can bring, which
That's
is
Mahmood.
none.
I'm gonna
None.
hide it. He's new, right? Let's
Yeah,
see.
this guy's new.
Okay, go ahead
Don't hide
and.
this guy.
Well, no. I think is that a brand new? How long ago? Go to channel.
No. Big Mahmood is never bothered by it. So whoever this is, it's not him. So they're fine.
Oh,
Nicodemus
okay.
says,
He
"Do
was
toilet
joined
paper
years
next."
ago, so that's not him. So
Yeah.
just making sure it's not. Big Mahmood makes new
So,
copies all the
yeah.
time, so I just want to make sure that wasn't. No.
Yeah. So Lurk, if you're bothered by this, blame your fellow Muslim Mahmood in the chat for forcing us to apply the teaching of the Quran that says if they will insult your religion, then don't insult theirs. Like if you will cause someone to bring shame upon Allah, bring shame upon Muhammad, then do not first insult them. Do not first attack them. And Big Mahmood doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. He just comes in here and he brags about Muslims killing Christians.
Yeah. So do me a favor and tell your fellow demon worshiper to shut up whenever he is being extremely hateful. Because whenever he is nasty to people, we will be nasty to this filthy book.
And notice the difference here, right? Muslims take out their aggression, their hatred of Christians on human beings. We respond to their violence, their disgusting behavior by ripping up pages of a book. Which one of these is worse? Which one of these offends the true God? Killing human beings or ripping up a piece of paper that some words are printed on? So just to clarify for Apoctasis here, no one hurt Hatun today or in
No.
the last week or month or something. She has been attacked in the past, of course. But
he's gloating about it, so
he's
I
gloating
am
about
blowing
it.
my
Yes,
nose on
exactly.
it.
Right. He came in here and said that he was very happy about Muslims who have attacked Hatun in the past, not this week. Just wanted to clarify there. All right. So we ready to continue with the Mufti now that we've dealt with that individual? All right.
Yes.
Let's do it.
The point that Allah does not want you to go beyond. Haven't you heard? Ya ma'shar al-jinni wal-insi in istata'tum an tanfudhu min aqtari as-samawati wal-ard فانفذوا لا تنفذون إلا بسلطان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. Surah Al-Rahman, where Allah continues to say, which is it of the favors of your Lord do you, man and jinn, deny? Allah says, O man and jinn, go well within the skies and the earth and continue therein. You won't be able to go beyond the point of the authority of Allah. When Allah authorizes or permits or allows you, you will go because He wants you to discover something. He wants you to know something. But Allah says it's only through His permission. Man exists.
All right. So I think his point is that Allah says He will only allow man to discover what He allows man to discover. The James Webb Telescope discovered some stuff. Therefore, this is proof that Allah has allowed human beings to discover stuff. As near as I can tell, that is the argument that he is trying to make. Before we address that, I do want to take these comments from the audience here real quick. Napo54 says, real Christian respond the same way Jesus did. How did Jesus respond to false religion? How did he respond to people, religious leaders who are trying to drag people to hell with themselves, Mary?
He said, first of all, he called them whitewashed tombs. He called them basically the most impure things that they could be. He called them serpents. He called them all kinds of names. And he also said that it will be better on the day of judgment for the people of Sodom and Gomorrah than for them. So, what will Jesus do? Jesus didn't come to enact judgment at that moment, but he came to warn. So, what will Jesus do to Muhammad? What will Jesus do to you, Napo?
Indeed. And not specifically religious leaders in this case, but also, just so you know, Jesus overturned the tables of the money changers in the temple, people who were desecrating the temple by doing unholy things in it, basically cheating people out of their money. He flipped over their tables, took some rope, tied it together, and tried to whip them with that rope. So if you think that Jesus was just sitting around and saying, "Oh, guys, you're hurting my feelings, please stop," no, that is not how Jesus responded to this kind of aggressive, disgusting behavior that Muslims like to perpetrate. Lucen says, Islam, the only religion where paper is more valuable than human life. Indeed. Takuri says, as a Muslim, I condemn what happened to Hatun. I'm glad that's true. I believe you. You're better than your prophet who ordered his followers to do this kind of thing. And you're better than Big Mahmood in the chat, who's proud that that Muhammad, your mutual prophet, ordered his followers to do these things. So since you're better than Muhammad, perhaps you should find someone who is better than you to follow. Zayed Ali says Indian Muslims are upset about Quran abused by you. He also said that Russian Muslims are upset about you. Good. That's the point. That's why we ripped it up, is so that we Muslims would be upset about this and stop the behavior that leads to us acting this way. You're supposed to be upset. And Skeptic says, you think you're hurting us by ripping up Quran, clowns? And then he says, I'm so offended. In other words, he says first he claims, oh, this is no big deal. You're not hurting us in any way. And then he says, I'm so offended, which means he is hurt by it. Skeptic, which is more offensive? Well, apparently it's ripping up a piece of paper is what's more offensive. But which should be more offensive? Saying that you're proud and excited that Christians are being killed? Saying that human life is worth less than a piece of paper? Or ripping up a piece of paper that has some magic words printed on it? You really think that God's word can be destroyed by ripping up a piece of paper? Is that how weak and pathetic your God is, that ripping up his piece of paper that has his supposed words on it causes this kind of offense from his followers? You know what? Why don't you go and grab a Bible, right? If you want to take out your vengeance, rip it up, throw it in the toilet, do whatever you want to it. My God is living. My God doesn't need some piece of paper to be protected by others, because he himself protects his word. And guess what? That doesn't mean a piece of paper. Anything you want to add, Mary?
Not to this. I do want to go and talk about this wonderful, wonderful verse.
All right, yeah, let's get back to the Mufti then.
O tribe of jinn and men, if you are able to pass through the confines of heaven and earth, pass through then. You shall not pass except with an authority of, and then the next verse is just a repetitive refrain. So you pass through if you are able. You shall not pass except with an authority. So that basically means that for you to escape the atmosphere and go outside of the earth, that should be only with Allah's special dispensation and power. So apparently Allah likes giving things to unbelievers all the time, because it seems like the atheist Russians were able to do it fine, and the Christians were able to do it fine, do it all the time. Even Hindus have done it. Chinese have done it. Tons of people have passed through the confines of the earth into the heavens and could do it. So apparently he's saying that we should believe in Allah because Allah gives everybody authority to do this all the time. What it's actually is trying to say, look what happens. Against you shall be loosed a flame of fire and molten brass, and you shall not be helped. Like, you can't pass through.
Lurk says everything in science.
Yet you can.
He says everything in science in the space telescope was already revealed in the Quran. You are ignorant. What exactly was already revealed in the Quran? Does the Quran tell you that stars are very, very distant suns with their own solar systems? Does the Quran tell you that stars are tiny little objects hung at the top of the bottom, I guess, of the first heaven and used to throw at demons who are trying to sneak into heaven to overhear Allah's plans, because apparently he has to just give his plans out loud continuously.
And
which one of those is what the Quran teaches?
Yeah. We also have, one moment, we have an account of what Allah did. Let's see, with the creation. Let's look at here's the pen. Where's the pen? Where's the throne? Why have we not seen them? Because they are in physical space, according to the Quran. Let's check out the creation of the sun. It's going to take me a while to get there because this is a really long description. Ah, here it is, sun and moon. Okay. Sun and moon, where is it? Ah.
Well, you're pulling that up.
There we
Billy
go.
Mandalay
Here
says,
we go.
destroy this temple and in 3 days I will raise it up. Destroying the physical cannot destroy Jesus, Muslims. Notice the difference here, right? Ripping up a page of the Quran causes grave insult. It causes Muslims to go crazy and do wacky, insane things. Jesus says that he cannot be destroyed because he is the living God.
So we have some various night and day and when that was created and things like that. Now we have, let's see, the sun itself. Here we go. Concerning the reason for the difference between the conditions of the sign of night and the sign of day, there are reports transmitted on the authority of Mohammed. I shall mention some of these reports, which I have, as well as similar reports transmitted on the authority of a number of early scholars. So, I walked hand in hand with the Prophet around evening when the sun was about to set. We did not stop looking at it till it had set. He continued. I asked the messenger of God, where does it set? He replied, it sets in the heaven and then is raised from the heaven to heaven until it is at the highest seventh heaven. Eventually, when it is underneath the throne, it falls down and prostrates itself, and then the angels who are in charge of it prostrate themselves together with the sun. The sun then says, my Lord, whence do you command me to rise? From where I set or where I rise? So, the sun is moving, the earth is stationary, according to the Islamic sources. The sun moves up through the heavens, then falls down and bows under the throne, which is a detail, by the way, from the fictional history of the romances of Alexander the Great, the previous stories of Dhul Qarnayn, right? The sun then says, where do you command me to rise? From where I set or where I rise? So basically, I'll go backwards if you want me to. He continued, this is meant by Allah's word. In the sun, it runs to a place where it is to reside at night. So the Quran says that the sun runs to a place. It moves to where it goes at night. And this is what is meant by this. Where it is held underneath the throne, that is decreed by the one mighty and knowing. By this is meant the procedure of the mighty Lord and his royal authority, the Lord who is knowing about his creation. He continued, Jibril brings to the sun a garment of luminosity from the light of the throne, according to the measure of the hours of the day. It is longer in summer and shorter in winter, and of intermediate length in autumn and spring. Therefore, according to this, the seasons vary depending on how shiny the clothing of the sun is as the sun goes up and down. So it must be winter in all places at once, must be summer in all places at once. So he continued, the sun puts on that garment as one of you here puts on his garment. Just in case you were wondering, the sun wears clothes. Is that what science says, skeptic? Does science say that the sun wears clothes? Then it is set free to roam in the air of heaven until it rises, whence it does. The prophet said, it is as if it had been held for 3 nights. Basically, time runs slower for it where it is. Then it will not be covered with luminosity and will be commanded to rise from where it sets. This is meant by Allah's words, when the sun shall be rolled up. So at some point it will go backwards. He continued, the same course is followed by the moon in its rising. It's running on the horizon of heaven. How do you ride on the horizon of heaven? It doesn't mean a horizon, it means the shell. Running on the shell of heaven, it's setting its rising to the highest, 7th heaven, and it's being held under the throne. It's prostration, and it's asking for permission. But Jibril brings it a garment from the light of the footstool. So instead of getting the light of the throne, it gets a light from the footstool only. And he gets to wear clothes. This is what is meant by Allah's word. He made the sun a luminosity and the moon a light. Abu Dhar, my favorite. Abu Dhar is the best because he will repeat the stupidest stuff that Muhammad has ever said. He has no sense of shame or embarrassment. He concluded that I went away together with the messenger of Allah and we prayed the evening prayer. This report from the messenger of Allah indicates that the only difference between the condition of the sun and that of the moon is the luminosity of the sun, which comes from the wrap of the luminosity of the throne with which the sun was covered, while the light of the moon comes from the wrap of the light of the footstool with which the moon was covered. There are a whole bunch of other reports that are similar that basically say that they are the same. I am reading Al-Tabari's history that has many, many ahadith in them from some of the best, closest companions of Muhammad. These are embarrassing things that were thrown out.
Mm-hmm.
They were embarrassing things that were thrown out. Why were they thrown out, skeptic? Why were they decided to be weak? They were determined to be weak because they were embarrassing.
Yeah, so notice he doesn't know, right? He doesn't know any of this. Without knowing anything about it, he says it must be a weak narration. But notice how every one of these narrations is completely 100% compatible with what the Quran teaches. Maybe you know the excuses to get around the plain meaning of the Quranic text, but it doesn't seem that early Muslims did. It seems that they understood the verses exactly the way they seem to be written, that there's a small amount of space between the earth and the stars, that the sun sets in a particular place and goes down underneath the earth, and that in the Sahih narrations found in the canonical collections, it prostrates before Allah's throne and asks permission to come back up. Maybe you know the excuses for these things, but the early Muslims didn't know the excuse because they understood them the way they are written. And right now, I believe it is still dark. It is overnight in Saudi Arabia, where Muhammad is from, right? And strangely, over in New Zealand, the sun is in the sky and it's not prostrating before Allah's throne. Strange how just merely knowing that the sun is always up somewhere proves that Islam is false. And don't forget that Allah descends during the nighttime from his throne. He descends into the lowest heaven every night, except it's always night somewhere. So he's kind of just stuck there now.
So here is a story from Ka'ab. So Ka'ab was an early, was a convert to Islam from Judaism after Muhammad's death. He was totally a liar and falsifier. He lied about what was in the Torah to make Muslims happy. So he would just say whatever he thought would make his audience happy. And once he said that someone said that he said that on the days of resurrection, the sun and the moon will be brought as if they're two hamstrung oxen and flung into hell. And then Ibn Abbas was contorted with rage and exclaimed 3 times, Cobb is lying, Cobb is lying, Cobb is lying. This is something Jewish he wants to inject into Islam. Apparently, unlike all the rest of the things that he made up and told people about the Torah, and they were stupid enough to believe because it agreed with Islam. That was fine, but this is not. Allah is too majestic and noble to mete out punishment where there is obedience to him, etc., etc. And so he's going to be super obedient. Now, here is what Ibn Abbas said about the early creation. When Allah was done with his creation, only Adam remained to be created, he created 2 sons from the light of his throne. His foreknowledge told him that he would leave here 1 son. So he created it as large as the world from east to west. Now that's really interesting. His foreknowledge is telling him what to do. Odd. Anyway, the foreknowledge also told him that he would efface it and change it to a moon. So the moon is smaller in size than the sun, but both are seen as small because of the sun's altitude and remoteness from Earth. If Allah had left the 2 suns as he created them in the beginning, night would not have been distinguishable from day, etc., etc., and you wouldn't know when to do things. But
so
Allah was too concerned with the servants and too merciful to do this to them. You can look it up yourself. Here you go,
yeah, it says, skeptic says, show me the chain of narration for this. You're quoting stuff blindly. We're not Christians. We authenticate our sources. So apparently,
no, you don't authenticate your sources.
Al-Tabari is a clueless individual, probably a Christian, who knows nothing about Islam when he is quoting all these sources and saying that they're from Muhammad. Once again, we see that the earliest Muslims had 0 clue what Islam was all about. We had to wait to the 21st century when Muslims were in conversation with Kafir and found their sources embarrassing and then rejected things that they don't like. Said that those aren't authentic. Al-Tabari had no idea. None of Muhammad's companions had any idea. None of them had any clue about anything until Imam Bukhari and Imam Muslim and the other hadith collectors come along 250, 300, 350 years after the time of Muhammad and tell Muslims which ones they're supposed to believe. And then pass a few more years and people reject more hadith because we can't go by what that says. The kafir are making fun of it. It makes us look stupid. It must not be real. It must be a weak narration. But you can't do that with the Quran, which says that the sun sets into a muddy pool of water, and you can't do that with Bukhari, who says that the sun goes underneath the earth and prostrates to Allah, asks his permission to come back up. You know better than Muhammad did because you are a modern person who has some intelligence. Muhammad had no clue about anything. Not a problem, except that he claims that this is God's word and it's incapable of anyone doubting that anything that he says is wrong. He says lots of wrong things. He is a false prophet who is making false claims about his own revelation. He did not get the idea that the sun prostrates before Allah every night from God. He got it from existing pagan myths and thought it was the best that he could do, so he passed it off as revelation from God. Because he believed it was false. He passed off false pagan beliefs as revelation from God. You should stop following him.
And the skeptics like going, oh, you're listening to Jay Smith. No, I disagree with Jay Smith. I disagree strongly with him because intelligent people of that time knew that the earth was round. Educated people all knew that the earth was round. And you, on the other hand, are a follower of someone who didn't know that the earth was round, who thought it was flat. And that proves that this was the product of poor education, of backwardsness and stupidity. That is what this is evidence of. It is evidence that this is backwardsness and stupidity. And you are slinging insults rather than addressing any of these issues. Now, let's look at what
he's slinging compliments. He's slinging compliments because he said, I'm like Paul, right? He said that this guy is manifesting like Paul. Well, thank you for that great compliment. Continue to say that I'm like Paul. I'm not. I'm not worthy to untie the shoelaces of Paul. He is far greater in his reverence and respect for God, does far more for the church than I ever could. But I do appreciate the compliment, saying that I am just like Paul.
So, yeah, skeptics like, I'm going to throw all these sources under the bus, even though they're consistent with each other and with the Quran, because I will just decide that they are all weak and I don't have to believe them. Why? Because I don't
So
want to. This is Ibn
So,
Abbas.
let's be extremely generous, right? We're Christians, we're charitable, we're very nice. Let's be as generous as we possibly can to skeptic. He says that there are many weak hadith we like and strong hadith that attack us for. So no, we don't just choose what we like. So, skeptic, I want you to write in the chat, yes, I believe that the sun goes underneath the earth and prostrates to Allah every night before it is allowed to return. And if it fails to do that, because it's a sentient being that can prostrate, if it fails to prostrate before Allah, then we will not have sun tomorrow. I want you to write that you believe that, because that is what your Sahih narrations, your strong hadith say. I don't want to hear any apologetic excuse. I don't want you to get on Prophet Google and say, how do I get around the actual meaning of the clear words of this text to pretend like it doesn't say what it says? I want you to say that you believe what the hadith says. Or you can admit that indeed Muslims reinterpret, dismiss, get rid of anything they don't like and pick and choose. It's a religion of nothing but innovation, nothing but bid'ah, constantly changing to fit the whims of modern society, not eternal, not revelation from Allah, but just what works for today. Those are your choices.
And this is in Sahih al-Bukhari too, that specific thing from our buddy Abu Dhar, who was not embarrassed to say anything that Muhammad said, no matter how stupid it is. It's in there.
Yep, and she just put the reference in the chat. So if you don't believe us, go to sunnah.com. And if you want, you can say, oh, this is a Christian website. They have false narrations, as Muslims have been known to do. But in fact, it is not. It is an Islamic website. They even get rid of some of the most embarrassing hadith. They don't put them on the web. So they're doing everything they can to help you. Some of the translations, they've changed from the printed edition to try to help you out. So I want you to go to this hadith and say that you believe it. Forget whether it's weak or all that stuff. Yeah. Metaphorical.
No, he didn't. He means it in an absolutely literal sense. And the entire thing, the entire narrative that he gave, in which this was, there was nothing metaphorical about it. And in addition, Ibn Abbas says, he is explaining the verse, and we have made the night and day two signs. We have blotted out the sign of the night, and we have made the sign of the day something to see by. So, Ibn Abbas says that Allah, to make a difference so that people would know when to sleep and when to not stop fasting and things like that, he sent Jibril to drag his wing 3 times over the face of the moon, which was at that time a sun. He effaced its luminosity and left the light in it. So its bright shiningness he rubbed out and left only light in it.
So skeptic knows better than Muhammad.
That is the explanation of blotting out the sign of the night. What else is meant by blotting out the sign of the night? So the sign of the day is something to see by, but the sign of the night is blotted out. The blackness you can see as lines on the moon is a trace of the blotting. Allah then created for the sun a chariot with 360 handholds from the luminosity of the light of the throne, and entrusted 360 of the angels inhabiting the lower heavens with the sun in its chariot, each of them gripping one of the handholds. He entrusted 360 of the angels inhabiting the lower heaven with the moon and its chariot, each of them gripping one of those handholds. He created east and west, places to rise and set on 2 sides of the earth and the 2 rims of heaven. 180 springs in the west of black clay, which is meant by he found it setting in a muddy spring. and 180 springs in the east, likewise of black clay, bubbling and boiling like a pot which boils furiously. Every day and night, the sun sets in a new place where it rises and a new place where it sets. The interval from the beginning to the end is longest for the day in summer and shortest in the winter. This is what is meant by the Lord of the two easts and the Lord of the two wests, being the last position of the sun here and the last position there. So, and there is hadith after hadith after hadith after this. Skeptic, it's Al-Tabari.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and
I mean, so
these
in
same
fairness to
sources
Skeptic,
are quoted in other things, like Sahih al-Bukhari quotes some of these. He quotes small excerpts from them because they were so embarrassing that he decided, I guess, to edit them. We also find.
Here's what Skeptic has done, right? He has taken the authentic narration of Muhammad that says the first 3 generations of Muslims are the best of all Muslims, and has said every Muslim who comes after them is way, way smarter than any Muslim in those first 3 generations, including Al-Tabari, including Muhammad himself, right? Because Muhammad himself most certainly did not see these things as metaphorical. There are words you can use to describe, to make it clear that you're talking about something metaphorical. He never once uses any of those words. And sometimes he is directly asked by his followers, what about the physical world? Like, what is this? And then he says, this is what I have received from Allah, and tells them these insane things that you would now claim are just metaphorical. So you know better. You know better than Muhammad. You know better than the companions. You know better than Al-Tabari. You know better than any Muslim who comes before Bukhari, and certainly you know better than Bukhari himself because he quoted these things. And you say that they're just metaphorical. They have no actual meaning. It doesn't mean anything. When Muhammad says that the sun prostrates before Allah, he just means that there are physical laws that determine that as the earth, as it spins on its axis and rotates around the sun, that we have day and night and the seasons of the year. That's what he means by the sun prostrates before Allah. Totally makes sense as long as your brain is completely off and you aren't thinking in the slightest.
So let's take a look at the sources on the shape of the earth. Let's see what the Quran says. It says that it's a thing spread out to sit or lie upon, aka flat like a bed. Mm-hmm. He who made for you the earth a bed spread out, and the sky a ceiling. So the bed's flat, ceiling's flat. And he it is who spread the earth, stretched out. This is a flattening thing. And therein firmly set mountains and rivers. Remember, the mountains are pegs to keep it from moving on the back of the fish. And more of the same. And the earth we have spread it, and cast therein firmly set mountains, and caused to grow in therein something of every well-balanced thing. A bed, it's a flat bed again. Another bed, who has made the earth for you a bed, a nice flat bed, a cradle or bed, a plain, an even or smooth expanse. Again, the earth, we spread it out and cast in it mountains. So it's flat, but has mountains sticking up out of it. And the earth we have laid out, how gracious is the spreader. So he's the flattener of the earth. And there are other ahadith about how the earth was originally like crumpled or folded or round and was smashed out flat. Carpet. He has made the earth for you a carpet. A mat. So.
Well, you can roll up. You can take some carpet
here,
and you can roll it up. So that must be what he means, right? Get all the carpet rolled up. So now earth is a long tube.
Yep. Have we not made for you the earth as a wide expanse, a big flat bed, and the mountains as pegs? Spread out wide. Spread it out. Again, we got more.
It's metaphorical, Mary.
Flat.
Allah is being metaphorical when he says that he is using a simile, right? He says he spread it out like a carpet. That he is using a simile, but he's using a simile to describe its physical shape. So how else is it like a carpet?
Tafsir al-Jalalain says, as for his word, words laid out flat. This is on a literal reading suggests that the earth is flat, which is the opinion of, in the Arabic, it just says of the scholars, of the revealed law, and not a sphere as astronomers of Ahal al-Haya have it, even if the latter does not contradict any of the pillars of the law. So, the Quran clearly says, according to the two Jalals, that the earth is flat. Earth is flat. Skeptic.
So,
Al-Tabari
so
also says the earth is flat, you goofball.
Just so we know, according to Skeptic, Al-Tabari is a deceiver. By reading Al-Tabari, you deceive people. Al-Tabari is a deceiver.
Is also a deceiver. So
Al-Jalalain is a deceiver.
Go ahead and
the Quran is a deceiver. Well, you might be right about that
one. That Al-Jalalain, that the two Jalals, they're deceivers. So there are indirect references to the saying rising place of the sun, talk about it, fasting and prayer times, imply it, a whole bunch of different things imply it. Praying towards the Kaaba, also the way it's calculated also means that it's ridiculous, etc., etc. Now, if you go to the Hadiths, Sahih al-Bukhari, whoever takes a piece of land of others and justly, he will sink down the 7 earths on the day of resurrection. It's not.
Well, this is just referring to the 7 ozone layers.
Flat earths. The 7 stacked flat earths. They're not spherical layers. So his neck will be encircled with it down the 7 earths. So the 7 earths will be put on him like neck rings. His neck, or the land, will be encircled with his neck rings and will push him down in there.
And notice, Morkay has a good point here, right? You can just say anything you don't like is metaphysical or metaphorical. You can literally say that about anything, right? When the Quran declares that there's only one Allah, it's just being metaphorical. It doesn't really mean that there's only one God. It's just using it in a metaphorical sense to say that all is one and one is all. It's basically teaching pantheism, actually. That's what the Quran is teaching. Now, if we're being responsible, you have to have reasons to say something is metaphorical, and that reason can't be because it's false if it isn't. You have to have contextual reasons to say something is metaphorical. You don't have any.
From among the generations of Salafi, and I mean the actual Salafi, I don't mean the people who call themselves Salafi now, from the actual Salafs, right? I want to have evidence from them that Muhammad said other than that. Okay, so I'm appealing to authority by giving the classic, what every Islamic scholar, so apparently you don't no longer believe in the Isnad, because the Isnad is an appeal to authority. Supposedly, your appeal to authority is impeccable, unimpeachable appeal to authority, that you are allowed to do that. You can appeal to authority all you want because your isnad is perfect, and that's how you can know what things are in your religion, except whenever you don't like it, and then you'll just pretend to throw them all under the bus. So there goes Al-Tabari, there goes Jalalain, there goes all the early scholars. No one from the first generations.
So
we are quoting the prophet, you goofball.
Yes. So
we are quoting from Muhammad. Muhammad is saying these things, and he is being quoted.
Let's just see if Skeptic is consistent. I'm assuming you're listening. You seem to be listening. I know there's a delay, so I'll give you some time to respond. But I want you to say that whatever Muhammad says about the shooting stars is what you will believe, because he's the best exegete of the Quran. As you know, in the Quran, it says that stars are missiles that Allah throws at demons, and that's why you see shooting stars in the sky sometimes. I want you to say that you will believe whatever Muhammad says on this. If he says it's metaphorical, then you can believe it's metaphorical. If he says it's physical, then you will believe that it's physical. I want you to say that, and I don't want you to say anything else until you say that you will go with what Muhammad says on this issue. Mary, you can continue until he has a chance to respond to that.
Then he said, do you know what is under you? That's Muhammad speaking. Here's what Muhammad says. They said, Allah and his messenger know better. He said, indeed, it is the earth that's underneath you. Then he said, do you know what is under that? They said, Allah and his messenger know better. He said, verily, below it is another earth, between the two of which is a distance of 500 years. Until he enumerated 7 earths. Between every 2 earths is a distance of 500 years. So you are on pancake earth that's separated by 500 years from the previous pancake earth. That is what he is saying. That is what Muhammad told people, that you have 7 pancakes earths. And it's not turtles all the way down. It's pancake earths until you reach the whale, clearly. Here is another Sahih hadith that was rated recently. Not recently, it's by Albani. So this is Abu Dhar again, who's my favorite dude, who will repeat anything Muhammad said, no matter how stupid. If Muhammad said it, you ask Abu Dhar about it, he will tell you, because he absolutely believes that Muhammad is a prophet. Unlike a lot of people who try to cover for Muhammad, they kind of believe him, but they're also kind of embarrassed because he says a lot of stupid stuff. Abu Dhar here, he will just blurt out any stupid thing that came out of Muhammad's mouth. So he said, I was sitting with him behind the messenger of Allah, who was riding a donkey while the sun was setting. He said, do you know where this sets? I replied, Allah and his apostle know best. He said, it sets in a spring of warm water. So this is authentically attributed to the prophet. Do you believe, skeptic, that he said that the sun sets into a spring of warm water?
That could have gone there as well. That one is also a Sahih explanation, tafsir, if you like, exegete, if you like, on the Quran, that Muhammad said that this is the correct interpretation. So again, you going with what Muhammad says, or you're going with what your rational mind tells you is correct?
Yeah. And
I believe whatever is authentically attributed to the prophet.
Yeah, that's why I said that. Is that popped up?
Skeptic, again, delay. You hadn't seen this hadith yet. When you hear this part, I want you to type in the chat, I believe that this authentic narration of Muhammad is correct, and the sun does in fact set in a particular place. Let's forget about the exact translation, because there's some disagreement about whether it's muddy or murky.
This one is clear. This one is clear. This one says warm water. It does not say muddy water. It says warm water in this particular.
Well, whatever. It doesn't matter, right? That's the side issue.
But into water.
Into water, right? I want you to say, I agree with Muhammad. The sun sets into water.
No, it's not. It's Sahih, you goofball. I told you ahead of time. It is Sahih.
It's a weak hadith. He doesn't believe Muhammad. He doesn't care. He just reattributes whatever you come up with. He'll just say it's weak. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that the scholars of Islam, the hadith scientists, have graded Sahih. It is weak because skeptic doesn't like the contents of it. Simple as that. Sunnah Abu Dawood, throw it in the trash can. It's worthless. It's weak, according to skeptic. You thought it was one of the canonical hadith collections? You're wrong. It's weak. It's trash. You can't trust it. It's not even great, Hassan. It's not even rated good. It's rated Sahih, authentic. Muhammad said it. You don't believe it because you know better than Muhammad. But you'll just say it's a weak hadith and you're done. 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 And Fazlin demonstrating the other tactic of Muslims going to the Bible. Bible says, is circle in the temptation of Jesus. Devil took Jesus to a mountain and show all the kingdoms. These clearly says earth is flat. Now what you says? What in the world? What in the world is this? Right? The devil does.
He's saying that he is interpreting this because he is this unintelligent.
I know, Mary. I know.
Yeah.
Let me finish and then you can speak your piece. The devil does take Jesus up a mountain. He does show him the kingdoms of the world. what do you think? Do you think anyone, anywhere in world history would have thought you could see the entire world from the top of a mountain? Or would they know that you can only see a limited distance and that the earth continues beyond the limited distance you can see? Just because he shows them the kingdom doesn't mean he says, oh, look out at the flat earth. You can see everything from the top of this mountain.
You can literally see every single kingdom, and you can see each kingdom here literally because like I'm drawing lines on it on the ground. Come on.
So can't defend Islam, so you run to the Bible. Guess what, Fazlan? Even if your ridiculous interpretation of the Bible is correct, and this made the Bible false, which it wouldn't, because that's not our understanding of the Bible. It's not. We don't say that it's a literal speech of God and doesn't speak to the culture in any way. It's eternal, perfectly clear to every person. No, we don't say that. But even if we did, and your interpretation was correct, even though it's insane, all that would mean is that the Bible is false. It wouldn't make Islam any more true. You still would not be able to defend the Sahih narrations. You would just have to, like your brother in the chat there, say, they're weak. I don't care what the scholars graded them. I know they're stupid, so they must be weak. Muhammad didn't say it. I don't actually care what Muhammad said. I only care what is true. And anything that is not true, Muhammad didn't say. Anything that's true, or that I like, when it comes to moral teaching, since you can't know absolutely what is morally good and what isn't, the moral teachings I like, Muhammad said them. The ones I dislike, he didn't say them. This is my submission to Allah and his messenger, is to go with my own ideas and substitute them in wherever I like. Submission of Islam, everyone.
So yeah, here's another one, again with our buddy Abu Dhar, who will say anything, no matter how stupid, as long as Muhammad said it, and just believe it, because he was a moron, just like his prophet. So he will repeat anything, no matter how stupid. If Muhammad said it, he's going to tell people about it and embarrass everyone forever. So this is about the sun rising up from the place that he, rising up backwards from before, because the sun is moving and the earth is stationary. Literally moving, literally stationary. Allah drew the ends of the world one near the other for my sake, and I have seen its eastern and western ends. So this might be metaphorical. This suddenly is not. I have seen the eastern and western ends of the world. So basically, Allah has made them accessible to me, and I have seen their eastern and western ends.
So we're going to get back to Mufti Menk here in a minute. Skeptic says Abu Dawood is not Sahih.
Oh now, my goodness. No, that's not how it works.
He's partially correct in that not every single hadith in Sunan Abu Dawood is classified as Sahih. However, this one is, and you can't reject Hassan hadiths either. So even if you find some scholar who says this isn't Sahih, it's only Hassan, you can't reject those. You're not allowed to reject them.
Yeah, you can't reject, or the lower grades that are still not completely rejected. There's rejected, and then there's a lower grade of weak. A weak hadith is not good for Sharia law, but if it doesn't contradict other things that are sahih, you should accept it in terms of under other kinds of understanding, not for Sharia law, but for other things. So, and of course, Allah's descending on the last third of the night and continuing like this till day breaks. What is Allah actually doing if he's descending on the last third of the night? When does he descend? Is he just hovering at a certain point, and as the earth rotates around, he's over that point? Or does he descend and go up as it says? How could that be possible if the earth, if it's always last third of the night somewhere? Does he observe? Has Allah made Islamic time zones? Are there Islamic time zones where at a given hour Allah is like, gotta pop down, okay, gotta pop back up, gotta pop down, but he's staying down for some people, but he's popping down for other people. So Allah's in, like, physically in multiple places at the same time. So no, it's not some scholars.
I mean, I'm sure that there's disagreement, right? Because there's always disagreement in Islam. But notice what this religion is, right? that when Muslims are desperate to try to defend the truth of the religion, what do? They reject their own sources time and time again. They just throw out the sources, throw out sources, throw out sources. So, yeah, I'm sure that someone somewhere graded it otherwise, right? Because there's always a different grading to everything. But Al-Albani graded it Sahih. You think you know Hadith science better than Al-Albani? If you do, then what can I say? You're Allah's gift to the world. But let me guess, you don't have any training whatsoever in Hadith science, so-called Hadith science. Now, granted, we think this whole thing's bunk, right? We think that that Hadith science is utter nonsense and you can't determine truth from it whatsoever. But those who know this science, this made-up game, they grade this Sahih in chain. No doubt you found a Muslim apologist website that says Al-Albani was wrong. He doesn't know what he's talking about. This is actually not Sahih. It's Da'if. And again, all you're doing is telling us that Islam is crap. You're telling us that, in this case, you're telling us Hadith science is crap because Al-Albani can't get it right. Someone else has to come along later on and correct him and tell us which of those narrators are not actually reliable. And then they just ignore that those same narrators are found in hundreds of other chains graded as Sahih because they don't care about throwing out any of those. They only want to throw out this one, right? Because this one's too embarrassing. You follow the consequences. Hundreds of Hadith that you rely on for doctrine, that you follow, no doubt, will be thrown out by the same criteria they throw this one out, but they don't care because they're desperate to get rid of this, and they know that you don't know enough to realize the consequences of their claim that makes this some other grade. But again,
oh my gosh, I quoted the one in Bukhari first.
You want to tell us?
I pulled up the one that you claimed was not Sahih, was the one that I said this is Sahih. It is in Bukhari. And that's the one I pulled up first, and that's the one you rejected as Sahih, even though I had already told you that it was. And just because it's in Sahih al-Bukhari does not make it Sahih either, because your Sahih al-Bukhari is Da'if, like all of Islam. Islam is Da'if. So, and again, all the early tafsir agree that the Quranic world was flat, and that's what Muhammad taught. So
we're deceivers for quoting the Islamic sources. None of these sources are deceivers, right? They didn't repeat all this false information. They didn't teach it to Muslims for over 1,000 years before modern science told them it was wrong. No. None of that ever happened. This is just an appeal to authority. Islam, the 21st century person who actually understands science, know that this is wrong. Therefore, every Muslim had false belief from the time of Muhammad, including Muhammad himself, up until the present day, or 100 years ago or so when this became embarrassing. Alhamdulillah, Islam is a religion that no one could understand until the 21st century. And guess what? I bet you in 100 years from now, when scientific understanding has changed, there's going to be different hadith that suddenly were sahih even in the 21st century that are now da'if in the 22nd century. Because this is all you're doing, is you're starting with your conclusion and you're reasoning backwards. Your conclusion is this hadith teaches false information. You reason backwards, therefore Muhammad couldn't have said it. That's all you're actually doing.
And now he's coping and trying to claim that that he was responding to a different one. I hadn't read Ibn Dawood yet. I had only read Sahih al-Bukhari.
Well, whatever. Sunan Abu Dawud, this hadith is graded Sahih by Al-Albani.
Yep.
Apparently, you know better than Al-Albani. Why? Because you know what the science is. Muhammad didn't. Al-Albani didn't. None of the other graders of hadith from the early days did, but some modern Muslim has come up with a reason to reject it. Alhamdulillah, Islam is saved. We just keep rejecting more and more and more and more of our sources. We started out with 600,000, according to Bukhari, hadith. We're down to 6,000 that are actually reliable, but 100 of those are embarrassing, so they're not actually reliable. And a few hundred more years, maybe another 100 or another 1,000 will be rejected. We just keep getting less and less sources. This is how you know Islam is the truth.
And go to my stream on Dhul Qarnayn. I did a stream on Dhul Qarnayn where I covered massive sources on the muddy stream and its flatness. Skeptic, I did the other one first, you goofball. It said
Okay,
Sahih
so
al-Bukhari.
we're gonna end it
So
here.
I
We're gonna
know
end it
you're
here. This is
really
what
slow.
Muslims do, right? They ignore anything they can't respond to, and then they distort the 1% that they think they can respond to. Mary went through about 20 verses of the Quran. She went through multiple hadith, and then he finally comes to one that he's heard before, and he knows the apologetic excuse that they've regraded the Sahih to being Hassan only, which is still required to be followed unless it contradicts the Sahih hadith, by the way. Therefore, we are deceivers because we took the Islamic sources seriously. And you're a liar because you mentioned the things that you talked about, even though they're not on your screen anymore. What a joke. What a stupid game. Skeptic, think to yourself, just take some time, breathe, and
And
think.
also,
Is this how the truth is defended? By playing silly word games?
anyway, here are some more. This one also quotes Tafsir al-Tabari because it's an early one. So Tafsir Muqatil ibn Sulaiman was one. So he says of the Basran reading of the Quran. So he says of the Kufan reading of the Quran. Ibn Abbas explained that also again in Tafsir al-Tabari. And now we're at, let's see, this is another chain recorded by Al-Farra, who died in 822, so less than a century after Islam was founded, right? And he says, from Ibn Abbas, muddy, he said it sets in a black street, and a black spring. So, Wiki Islam scholars, so you're saying that Al-Farra is a Wiki Islam scholar. You're saying that Al-Tabari is Wiki Islam scholar. You're saying that Al-Jalalain is Wiki Islam scholar. Uh, uh, Ibn Sulaiman is.
So notice what Skeptic has done here. Earlier I said we were just appealing to authority by quoting Muslim scholars.
Mhm.
Now he's committing the opposite of that fallacy. And incidentally, has anyone noticed that suddenly every Muslim claims you're appealing to authority every time they don't like something? It's like
Yes.
a memo went around that this is the new thing that you're supposed to say, or anyway. But anyway, he's committing the opposite version of that, closely related, the genetic fallacy, saying because you are on a page by Wiki Islam, that makes the information false. First of all, I have not seen any evidence that Wiki Islam distorts anything. But even if they did, that wouldn't be a valid reason to throw out the sources they are quoting.
Yeah, and Ibn Kathir says that the heaven is elevated above the earth without pillars as you see, like a dome. So it's elevated as a dome, not circular, just a dome. The seven flat earths, Ibn Kathir records that Mujahid said that the seven flat earths are on top of each other. And that's on the back of the Islamic whale. Classical scholars, long after these early guys. Al-Mawardi regards the verse as a counter-argument against those who claim that the earth is shaped like a ball. Ibn Hazm says that while there is sound evidence that the earth is round, common people and some non-leading Muslim thinkers may think otherwise. Still, he maintains none of the leading scholars of Islam deny that the earth is round. But by this time, it was uncommon to believe that the earth was flat. So somewhere between, well, depending on who, in the 11th century, you start getting that, oh, even though everybody thinks that the early classical scholars, the early scholars all say that it was round, we know better, and we're just going to argue that it's actually round. So, but you still have Al-Qurtubi in 1273 who is saying that this verse is a counter argument, who claimed that the earth is shaped like a ball. He's still saying that. Now, Ibn Taymiyyah, I believe, did say, no, it's round. This is embarrassing. The
So
latter, the consensus that both heaven and earth are balls, the latter consensus being based on astronomical reasoning, not Islamic sources.
as we had a comment earlier, all the science is taught in the Quran, which is why no Muslim ever thought of it until after what they were saying, based on what they thought they read in the Quran, became embarrassing. This is proof of Islam. Jack Ray says skeptic has been using the most common dawah tactic, derailment. He's been on a kamikaze drone fired by others. He is achieving his directive by self emulation. Well, I don't think he actually did achieve anything, because we wanted to talk about science and Islam, and that's what we're talking about. I imagine Mary had these sources prepped in advance, and she
No,
was going to use them to talk about what Mufti Menk said. So he
no, I
actually
didn't prep
didn't.
anything. I didn't
Oh,
prep
well.
anything. I just happen to know these.
Any case, regardless, right? I refuted everything you said. Let's talk about the Bible. You didn't refute one single thing. All you did is throw all your own sources under the bus. And no, we're not going to run to the Bible. I know that you're desperate to change the subject. We're not going to run to the Bible. I think we've proven our point, Mary. Any last thoughts on this before we get back to Mufti Menk?
That's pretty funny. I'm just giggling a little bit at the attempt to change the word he spread out to it's a that it's about an ostrich egg, like butcher your own sources, throw them under the bus. But that is
Mm-hmm.
the history of Islam. Islam is primarily a political system. My argument against Jay Smith is that this is the product of a deeply, deeply ignorant man for his time. It is not the product of sophisticated Persian, Roman type of sciences at this time. Even the things they were wrong about, like it wasn't sophisticated knowledge, it was primitive knowledge. So this is not something that was made in a court of a great kingdom. This is something that was made in the backwaters, and only the people who were without shame and would just repeat whatever stupid thing Muhammad had said kept a lot of the things that he said alive because they just had no shame in it whatsoever.
So Ty smokes too much. I think he has accurately given his own name. He says, "I give up already because you don't want the truth." So enjoy the deceit, guys. I apparently didn't notice him in all of the responses to skeptics, but he's apparently been in the chat trying to argue that the Bible teaches a flat Earth, which is not true in any way. And if it did, it wouldn't make Islam any less false.
I
All
want
right.
you to read Ecclesiastes, the first chapter of Ecclesiastes, and explain to me how this works on a Bronze Age flat Earth idea. How that can be possible. How does the wind blow from the north to the south until it reaches the north again without going east or west and going around and around? How is it going
I
around and around? Because if it were going around and around a flat Earth, it would go north. It would go not north to south. It would go north, east, south, west, north, east, south, west. That's what it would do.
I
So
hear
it'd
you,
be going
Mark,
from the north to the east
about the
and
cat
the
being
east to the
better
south.
than the Quran, but it's a demonstration here, right? A demonstration that a cat will touch the Quran, since that was an argument for a little while that cats had too much respect for the Quran. All right, let me take one super chat and then we'll get back to Mufti Menk. We've spent way too much time on this. The first one of the day was from Jack Ray.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
So he said TikTok time to rock as we were starting, and I think that was a very appropriate animation for the start there with wasting your time on social media, because I thank you all for being here and appreciating what I am appreciating you wasting your time on this. is this how you look at your enemy? I have not insulted any of you. You have insulted common intelligence, however. I agree. You haven't called, well, no, actually you have. You have insulted us. You've called us
Yeah, he's consulted
deceivers
us all the time,
multiple times,
constantly.
which is an insult. So actually I take that back. You in fact have insulted us. That's okay though. I don't mind you insulting us. I'm glad you're here. The reason we're here is because we love you. And the most loving thing to do is to speak the truth. And yes, we're aggressive at times because we need to break through the demonic fog in which you live, where you can't see the world, despite calling yourself skeptic. And I'm pretty sure pretending to be an atheist in a previous stream, although that generic name, it could have been someone else with the same name.
I think it was somebody else. But
Yeah, it could be. But I mean, he popped up and came alive when we ripped up the Quran. Until then, he was just listening silently. But anyway, whatever. I'll assume that this is the first time you've been here. I'm glad that you're here. I want you to stop and think. I get it. I get it. It hurts your feelings. It's insulting for us to criticize Islam and say that it is wrong. Skeptic, we don't say that Muhammad didn't exist.
yeah,
So
he was
I don't know
claiming.
why.
Well, he was smearing me, telling me that I got all my ideas from Jay Smith, and I'm saying that Muhammad didn't exist. No, I'm saying the opposite.
He says they are
I am
deceivers
saying
like
that
Paul.
Muhammad absolutely existed because no intelligent king would have people manufacture something even a quarter as stupid as the Islamic sources.
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
think
so
it's
we think
self-evident that it
Muhammad
comes from
existed.
a backward dude.
Mary and I are firmly in the camp that Muhammad existed and is the founder of what eventually became Islam. He actually taught a different message than what you believe today, but that's neither here nor there. We believe absolutely that he was an incredibly stupid human being claiming to have revelation when he didn't have any. I just love this though. I have not insulted you. Next comment, they are deceivers like Paul. He has not insulted anyone. Apparently being called a deceiver is not an insult, which I guess if you believe in the Quran, it might not be, since Allah calls himself a deceiver. So unless Allah is insulting himself when he calls himself the greatest of all deceivers, then I guess it isn't an insult. So maybe he is being consistent. Yeah, some Islamic scholars believe the earth was flat. Some believed it was round. So what? So what?
Until, well,
We're done. We're
yes,
done. I just
until
want to get
then, I
right. That's
want
his
you
pushback.
no, not from 200 years. I want the Tabi'un. I want the Salafi.
No, I mean, he's
Okay?
proving the point. He's proving the point that Islam was invented, in this case, 272 years after the time of Muhammad. Before that, no one knew what Islam was. That's the point I made, and he's
Yeah,
supporting it by saying these are the only scholars you can trust, beginning in 885, 902, 1050, 1064.
skeptic. The point is that the Greeks knew that the earth was round from the time that the Phoenicians, the Phoenicians in about 400 BC were hired by Egypt because Egypt was worried about Persia and they wanted different trade routes where they didn't have to deal with Persia. So they hired some Canaanites who went out of the Red Sea to circle around Africa. They didn't call it that, the continent Africa then, but anyway, to circle around what we now call Africa and figure out how big it was, to figure out whether or not it was practical for them to try to sail around that as a way to access things with, access stuff way out on the coast of Morocco and stuff without coming close to the Persians and possibly fighting the Persians. So they
As
hired
Protestant,
them, and
yep,
whenever they passed
I would
the
like to move on.
the whenever they passed the equator, they stopped seeing the North Star. Instead of the sun constantly being toward the south, and now the sun was slightly toward the north of the sky, and it was very alarming and confusing to them because they realized this meant that they had to be on a ball. The only way for things at the top to disappear is because you went around the edge, and now you can't see it anymore. And these sailors figured it out then, and they come back and they go, guess what we saw? It took them 2 years, like 2 or 3 years to get around. And they had to sow wheat, let it grow, harvest it to keep going because they had no idea how many years it would take. So they didn't even have the supplies for it. But when they got back, they're like, look what we saw, guys. We saw this incredible thing. When we went this far south, the sun was on the wrong side of it's not no longer toward the south, it's toward the north, and this is very strange and all of it's very weird, and we're seeing stars we've never seen before. We're on a ball, guys. And at the time, Herodotus wrote, this is what they report. I don't know whether or not to believe it, but within the next 150 years or so, people did various tests to go, this is a really crazy claim. Who would ever think this? And so Greeks did mathematical tests to see whether or not it was true that they were on a ball. They're like, well, if we're on a ball, then the shadow should do this in this place and this in this place. And it did. And they're like, oh my goodness, we are on a ball. And so they figured out that they were on a ball before anybody else did. And the word spread from there. And people are like, yeah, these Greeks, they really proved it. They know what they're talking about. So by the time of the first century BC, it was common knowledge for all educated people in that entire area to know that the world was a ball. Thus, the fact that uneducated folks didn't know for a long time, lots of people aren't educated. That's fine, but it's not fine for the fact that everyone early in Islam thought that Muhammad taught that and absolutely believed that every verse in the Quran taught that from Muhammad because of what he said. He was 800 plus years behind standard realization of that area. So the issue is that what is not that people later. Oh my goodness.
Skeptic, no. Don't respond to anything else you said. Mary. We need to move on. We need to move on, Mary.
Really quickly.
I asked you to move on.
We will in a second, but hang on. The Persians controlled part of the Mediterranean for part of the while because they controlled various ports and they were raiding in the Mediterranean. So if you go from Egypt to Morocco, then lands controlled by Persia at that moment were in the hands of Persians, and they were raiding the Egyptian ships. And the Egyptians wanted to see if they could sneak up on them through a back way, and they couldn't.
But notice
now, you can look this up.
Hold on, Mary. Hold on. Notice that he ignored all of the substance.
No idea.
He literally ignored all of the substance of everything you said and focused in on one thing that he thought was wrong because he didn't know it well enough. He didn't know what you were referring to. He thought it was wrong, ignored all of the actual substance and said, you have no clue what you're talking about. This is how Muslim apologetics works. You ignore all the substance, you pull one word out of context, and you dispute that one word. I think that we have more than adequately proven the point here. Several people pointed this out, including Mary, and the cat needs a bath after bathing or being covered in pieces of the Quran. I think that this is proof that catianity is the cleanest of all religions. Just being covered by the filth of the Quran makes the cat want to bathe. I think that this is miraculous proof from Allah. Or sorry, cat law, that Caslam is the true religion. All right, let's get back to Mufti Menk. Finally, let's get back to him.
Oh, sorry.
For billions of years, according to science. According to us, we know man existed from the time of Adam, may peace be on him, but we don't know exactly how many years. Science tells you billions of years. Okay, billions.
Okay. Okay, two questions for you, Mary. One, does science teach that human beings have been around for billions of years? And two, does Islam actually not teach, traditionally, not today, but traditionally teach that Adam was a certain number of years ago?
It traditionally teaches, actually it does traditionally teach that Adam was a certain number of years ago.
And would it be perhaps using the same kind of math that people used about the Bible because it's borrowing the same set of genealogy?
Yes, but they added to it a bunch of a bunch of Jewish tradition to it that kind of embroidered on it. So it was stuff from the Bible plus Jewish tradition uh, at the time and how they read things. So they read things in certain ways.
All right. And what about science? Does science say that man is billions of years old? Because he's not talking about the age
No,
of the earth. He's talking about the age of humanity.
no.
So he doesn't know the science and is glossing over the Islamic teaching. I think he actually does believe it because the way he phrased it, he's like, and then he like catches himself and says that he shouldn't be specific. But I think that he actually does believe that that humanity is, 6, 10, 15,000 years old. We can give a range, but certainly not the multiple millions of years old that current consensus science would suggest. And millions isn't billions.
Yeah, millions isn't billions. And yeah, it and I don't give two figs for the current uh, age of Earth theories or age of humanity theories. Like it's just they're climbing out way beyond their actual knowledge and doing lots of rather wild speculation about things that has not proven reliable in the scales that we actually know about. I mean, like literally the really old manuscripts of the Quran are not the always the correct date, and neither is any paper type organic material in that area. Why isn't it the right date whenever we do even carbon 14 dating? Why isn't it right? We don't know yet. So if you're going to say these other things are totally right, I'd go, I mean, use it as relative dating, fine, whatever. But I am not going to put any kind of faith in any particular date at all.
So Nissan Addict said 800,000 years max for Homo sapiens. So, I mean, you can get in debate as to whether the other Homos, where humanity, and this is assuming evolutionary theory is correct, but you can debate, where humanity starts. You could get up to a couple million years, or you could be in the multiple 100,000. Either way, nowhere near billions, right? So he actually has no clue what he's talking about. Was my real point here. And yeah, I agree with Mary that a lot of this is speculation. Uh, it might be the best you can do with current data, but I'd say it's not that reliable.
Of years. Imagine it took billions of years for man to discover something simple. Simple like what? Did you know the closest star that you look at night was there 4.5 years before you actually saw it? When I look at a star at night, that star may not be there. Because why? The speed of light, 4.5 light years away is the closest of the stars. So it could have dropped, or like Allah says in the Quran, He uses it for a purpose. The star.
All right, so he is correct that the closest star, other than the sun, of course, which is a star, but other than the sun, the closest star is about 4.5 light years away. So he's correct on that.
But that's
However, is that
God
consistent
says.
with what the Quran says? Yeah.
Yeah, because it says that all the stars are together on the lowest heaven, which are 500 years away, whatever that means. Obviously not light years. They're all the same distance away. Oh, and by the way, quick apology. It was not yet the Persians. It was at that time the Babylonians. The Persians were a century later.
Oh, you see, Mary, you're
so
deceiver.
I did make an error. It was the Babylonians who were encroaching on the land.
You see.
You know they're telling a lie.
Ha!
Mary was telling lies. She was telling lies because she made a simple mistake that had nothing to do with her actual point. Right. Everything is invalid. The earth is actually flat and Islam is true.
Yep, something like that. So anyway, like I said, I'm doing all of this off the cuff. I have prepared nothing for this. That's why I will occasionally misspeak, misremember, and make mistakes. But I will not misspeak and misremember or make mistakes about the clear fact that the stars, if they aren't there, like what's happened to them, according to Islam, the only thing that could have happened that could have happened to them is that they got used as missiles. Like, according to the Quran, they are used.
I think Alexander is actually right. Let's replay that, right? Because he makes an awkward pause and like considers his words carefully.
Was there 4.5 years before you actually saw it. When I look at a star at night, that star may not be there. Because why? The speed of light, 4.5 light years away is the closest of the stars.
Yes.
So it could have dropped or like.
There you go. It could have.
It could have
dropped.
Grabbed by a law, and you are grabbed by the. Yeah, it's Allah who throws them. So grabbed by Allah and pitched at the shaitans, and we don't know it yet because it's 4 light years away, which is apparently 500 miles, or 500 years away.
So he chooses his words carefully there to avoid saying what the Quran says. But then he says dropped, which makes literally no sense except in a Quranic model where the stars are literally above the flat sky is above the flat earth and it falls to earth. Well, first of all, it would take more than 4.5 years for a star to supernova and disappear. But theoretically speaking, if a star had gone out of existence, it wouldn't have dropped anywhere. it wouldn't have fallen somewhere, right? Stars don't fall. They're in a particular place in space. They move around some. They go through chemical processes, physical processes. They change over time. They eventually come to the end of the star's life. They never drop. They never do anything like that. And he's thinking of what the Quran says, right? He's thinking about stars ceasing to be in the sky because Allah's thrown them at a demon. And he's like, who knows? It's 4.5 light years away. Maybe it already is gone. Shall we continue?
Yes.
Allah says in the Quran, He uses it for a purpose. The stars, they call it a falling star in English. We say, rujuman lishayatini, the pelting of the devils. That's what we say because it's revelation. Do you know it could have been.
So he confirmed, right? The audience guessed, and I had forgotten because I only watched like a portion of this. I didn't watch the whole thing. I'm pretty sure I did watch this part, but I had forgotten that he then goes on and say, Allah uses them for a purpose. He uses them to throw at demons. This is what we call it.
How big are the demons, according to him? I'm just really curious.
I don't know. I have had I don't know Mufti Mink's position, but I have had Muslims who tried to defend this and be like, you don't know, maybe 100 million miles from here, Allah did throw a star at a demon that was trying to sneak into Jannah.
Seriously, how big are they? They're supposed to be jinn. The jinn is supposed to be eating bones, right?
Mm-hmm.
And remember, shaitans are jinn. They're from the same group, right? So they're small enough to hang around with you, pee in your ear, but at the same time, you can have a star thrown at them as if it's like a little ball or like a little BB kind of thing, right? Big NASA don't want you to know the truth about space demons, says Una. Like, seriously, why? Why?
Indeed. Stars confirmed as missiles, according to Mink.
I'll be right back.
He's not denying it. Unlike our friends in the chat earlier, unlike Skeptic, he's not denying it. He is saying that Allah creates stars for a purpose. And then he says, we call this pelting the devils when you see a shooting star. And we do that for a reason. It's revelation. Those are his words, not mine. He says this is why we call a shooting star pelting a devil is because of the revelation given to Muhammad from Allah. He's not denying it. Seems even today, right? Even today, you can find Muslims who actually believe what the Quran says. He doesn't say it's metaphorical. Mm-hmm. All right, let's continue.
there 4.5 years back and not there anymore, but you're seeing it because of that speed of light for 4.5 years. Then it came to your simple eye. Allahu Akbar. And you think you're a big deal, oh man. And guess what the James Webb telescope discovered and continues to discover? Millions of planets, bigger than the biggest and larger than the largest and greater in number than ever dreamt of by man. And this is now in the news today. And since...
Any idea, right? Mary, you haven't seen this. Any idea why in the world he would say that as like some kind of interesting thing related to Islam? I mean, it might be interesting in its own right. That
maybe he's going to reinterpret the 7 Earths as being other planets. That would be amazing.
If I remember right, he actually doesn't have a point, but that's a good guess. Let's see what he says.
A few months. Did you know that? And people say, like Allah describes us, and I love the description because it's apt. Surah Yasin. أَوَلَمْ يَرَ الْإِنسَانُ أَنَّا خَلَقْنَاهُ مِن نُطْفَةٍ. Does man not see that we created him from a droplet of semen? Allahu Akbar. From a droplet of sperm. Allah says you were created from a drop of sperm. فَإِذَا هُوَ خَصِيمٌ.
So this is actually how he titled his video. That's why it says a droplet. He says that, okay, so here's his argument, right? I'm trying to be fair here. I'm not trying to make fun of him. I'm trying to actually correctly state his argument, just to be clear. He says that the James Webb telescope has discovered that the universe is very vast. Therefore, this demonstrates that the Quran is speaking with wisdom when it says that man started very tiny. I think that's his argument.
Oh my goodness. I will be right back. I gotta get more.
Mary can't even respond. She's got to go. She's like,
I've got to go. I'll be back with more caffeine. This is gonna.
All right, let me take a super chatter too while she's doing that.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
So Denkworth, thank you very much for that super chat. He says, atheists say Easter equals Ishtar, but consider this, Iftar equals Ishtar is much better phonetic match, even better than Muhammad in Song of Solomon. Islam equals pagan confirmed? Well, by this very bad and incorrect usage of words, absolutely. And that is literally the only reason an atheist would ever associate Ishtar with Easter is because they sound similar in English. There's no other similarity between this ancient false god and the Easter celebration. So that is the only reason they say it. So if they're going to use that logic, and Muslims are going to use that logic to find Muhammad's name in Song of Solomon 5:16, then by the same logic, I agree. Islam is pagan confirmed. Now, I wouldn't use that argument, but as far as we're being on that, absolutely, why not? Protestant Believer said Dawa 2, The Wrath of Khan, artists. And Talmudic Tunnels Construction said Dawa Episode 3, Revenge of the Tilth. You looking forward to your tilth being revenged, Mary?
I am just so, like...
Baffled?
Baffled, yes. Like,
So this counts as an argument?
That this counts as any kind of argument. I did not start out as a drop of fluid. No one did.
Mm-hmm.
So a sperm is not semen. A sperm is not fluid. The idea of animalcules, as they were first called, animalcules, inside of semen, for some reason. So the inventor of the microscope, first thing he wanted to do was solve the mystery of reproduction. So he put his jizz under the microscope and took a look at it and saw tiny things swimming around. Didn't have really, really close, like microscopic whatever. So they realized that these things, they acted alive. They are alive in a sense. They're living cells. And so they're like, oh, those must be tiny human beings all packed in here. Millions and millions of human beings running around. and one of them must turn into the next human being, basically was the conclusion. But that is far more accurate. The animalcule idea is far more accurate than the idea that it's from liquid. That's what it's saying, not from semen, but seminal fluid. That you are made of that. You are made of fluid stuff, not of things in fluid, but fluid stuff. So, how coming from a drop of fluid because the earth because there are worlds outside of no. It takes zero insight to go people started small because we know that humans get bigger and mommy's tummy gets bigger or animals' tummies get bigger before the baby's born. If they have the babies prematurely, the babies are smaller. So saying that you started very small is something that there is no culture on the face of the earth that would say something other than you start really, really small. Or that the world is a whole lot bigger than we are. Like, how is
Indeed.
this pointing to Islam? If they want to say it points to the divine, I don't understand how it would even point to the divine. Like, I do not understand how this is an argument that atheism isn't true, much less that Islam is. It's baffling. Baffling.
And the resident pot smoker here says, I really thought peeps were waking up to the truth that we're all lied to heavy because the day they're convinced we are all a meaningless speck in an infinite universe, they killed God. Do you get it? Well, I don't know what God you're serving, Mr. Ty, but the God I serve demonstrates his majesty. He demonstrates his power by creating something vast. That doesn't make me meaningless. He endows me with his divine image. He creates me in his own image. And then he enters into creation and dies for my sin. That's what gives him glory, not the size of the universe. A small universe does not give God more glory than a large universe.
Yeah.
So if that's your argument that science is nonsense and the earth is flat, then I think you need a bigger God. You need a better God than the one
Well,
that
his
you
God
serve.
is himself because he does drugs and he thinks he sees reality. Ooh, I see through it all. I have a connection to the divine because I get really high. And do you guys know, like, oh gosh, so many pot smokers think that they are so deep. And they are as deep as a puddle of water. It really affects your cognitive ability. So that it's like a child who gets mesmerized by a little mobile whenever they're an infant. They're like, that's what you become whenever you're a pot smoker. You're like mesmerized and think that you're doing something really deep. Oh, look, it's swirling.
And Francis, dragging us into the gutter here, says it looks like Mufti Mink has seen a goat and got a bit excited. He definitely seems to be excited. Whether he saw a goat or not, we'll never know because you can't see the other side of the camera. But let's put that aside and see how he continues his argument on the Quran being correct or something because the universe is big.
And then he comes up to argue and becomes so argumentative about us, man. You're a droplet, man. Come on. All of us, myself included. Go and check. Go and have a peep. Where were you? And now you want to think you're a big deal because you got a little bit of something that's the dirt of this dunya known as wealth. Subhanallah. You think
the dirt of this dunya, wealth, from Mufti Menk, who on this channel regularly tells people that they can get very wealthy by donating some of that dirt.
Exactly. That Allah will increase your provision. Just like there are so many places right now that are begging for donations during Ramadan. Don't let the Ramadan pass you by because Allah will increase your provision. And that's what is it? Riqz. Oh my goodness, it's really hard to say. RIQZ. Anyway, and that is earthly provision. Allah will increase your earthly provision, because if you give a sakada, then it is not, or sorry, excuse me, sakada, not sakada, but sakada, um, that that will not impoverish you in any way, and instead they will be made up for. So,
Who ate the apple?
Indeed, who ate the apple? So Ty, who's come into this to give his own weird, insane theories. I don't think he's a Muslim, to be fair. I'm pretty sure
no.
he claims to be a Christian. But he says, so you believe in evolution? Yeah. God made you in his own image? No. Well, first of all, I don't believe in evolution. Second of all, if I did, that wouldn't in no way mean that God couldn't have created me in his own image. God can demonstrate his power in whatever way he wants. It does not diminish God's power in any way. In fact, I would suggest it enhances it to say that he set up natural laws such that what he wanted would come into being, as opposed to just snapping his finger and creating it wholesale. So I personally don't think that evolution is correct for purely scientific, not theological reasons. I think it is 100% theologically compatible with what the Bible teaches. And for that matter, compatible with a powerful, majestic, perfect God.
Do you know what's not compatible with Christianity? Abusing marijuana. That is not compatible with Christianity. It is explicitly called out to use mind-altering substances like that, especially to get special insights in the Old Testament and the New. It is not a Christian practice. So you're getting insights through your abuse of substances that are addling your brain. Things that were called pagan and were forbidden and were like punishable by death. It was associated with witchcraft. So, if you want to cast stones, glass houses and all of that stuff.
He says, read the Bible. You're making it up as you go along. Evolution is pseudoscience. I just said I don't believe in evolution, but it's not pseudoscience. It's the best. If you assume a naturalistic standpoint where God can't enter into the equation, it is literally the best you can do, other than throwing up your hand and saying we don't know anything whatsoever. It's not pseudoscience.
Well, I think that the better science would be like the space seeds would be better science than the current evolution.
Well, that just moves the problem, though. That just moves the problem further
back to something else, to some other planet, right?
Right. Which notice that this is actually a very good point by Mary. Notice that this is actually not uncommon for legitimate scientists to say, well, this is actually pretty plausible that the Earth was seeded from outer space, because they know that the time scale doesn't seem to be long enough for pure random chance to derive all the life you see on Earth. So they try to move it back further in time. And especially the problem is deriving that very first cell. So if you get that very first cell outside of Earth and it comes to Earth somehow, then you've moved the timeline back. But you haven't really solved the problem. You've just given yourself more time. But anyway, God absolutely, right? He absolutely could create through natural laws, which we could discover and name evolution. That is not against biblical teachings. Now, I know that you're a nut job who doesn't believe any of science, but normal people have no problem accepting that the Earth revolves around the sun. They have no problem believing that we have correct understanding of there being thousands, millions, perhaps even billions of solar systems in the world, each with their own stars, and probably most of them with their own planets. Obviously, we can't really directly observe planets, but it would be really weird if our solar system was the only one with planets, and we do have indirect reasons to believe that planets exist around other stars as well. Normal people have no problem believing that. None of that is in the Bible, but that doesn't contradict the Bible just because it's not in there. It doesn't tell you everything about everything. Just because it doesn't talk about something doesn't mean it's false. All right, let's get back to Mufti Menk. I'm struggling as to which of the arguments are weaker, Ty or Mufti Menk. Tough call.
It's really a big deal when Allah says the last person to enter paradise will have this whole world multiplied by 10. Now you can understand it. You know why? There are billions of planets they've just discovered.
That was actually a really insightful point. Not insightful in a good way, but insightful as the way he thinks, right? Because he says the Quran, or at least Islam, teaches that every person who enters into Jannah, into heaven, will receive many times the wealth found on earth. He says, now it makes sense because we know there's lots of other planets that they can steal their wealth from.
Because that is his heavens now. Nice.
One, he's saying that's what heaven is to have lots of money, right?
But also,
and two,
the planets are heaven.
No, I think he's saying we understand how you can have all this wealth when you go to Jannah. So one, he's saying that wealth is heaven, and two, he's saying that all of the wealth that exists or can exist in Jannah must be created somewhere and found on another planet.
I guess it's very odd. Yeah, so Andrew Martin, he's become a Mormon. Like, it does sound like somehow there's a dependency on the heavens on these other earths. So it does sound like there's a whiff of Mormonism creeping in here or something. It's very odd.
Let's replay that. See if we can get.
Try again. Let me try and concentrate a little bit more.
Look, man, come on. All of us, myself included. Go and check. Go and have a peep. Where were you? And now you want to think you're a big deal because you got a little bit of something that's the dirt of this dunya known as wealth. Subhanallah. You think it's really a big deal when Allah says the last person to enter paradise will have this whole world multiplied by 10. Now you can understand it. You know why? There are billions of planets they've just discovered. They don't even have names for all of those.
Okay,
Galaxies.
Yeah, he really is saying that to understand that each person can have a planet is made understandable by their being.
Yeah, 10 planets worth of wealth, right? Each person gets 10 planets because he said all the wealth on this Earth times 10. Yeah. Everyone gets 10 planets worth of wealth.
Minimum, yeah.
Right. And now we can understand this because now we know there are billions of planets.
So yeah, they're now space Mormons again. He's going straight for the space Mormonism.
Except you don't get just one planet.
You get bunches. Right.
You get at least 10.
So when you're in Jannah, you get the wealth of these planets, which are, I don't know, mined by jinn or something. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm not sure how you get the wealth of the planets to you. Wouldn't it suck if you got a gas giant, though? Like, I wanted the gold. Well, this gas giant, I'm sorry, doesn't have any gold.
All you get is lots of hydrogen.
It's like, I'll trade you some hydrogen so that you can make some water if you'll give me some gold for your rock planet. So you have to do trades so that you can do like interstellar planetary terraforming. There we go. You got to have the terraforming going on to get the wealth up. Yes.
So Houston says, give Allah a loan of dirt. And Andrew Martin says, dirt, give Allah the dirt. If all the wealth on this planet is nothing but dirt, right? How's having 10 times more of it something great?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to equate. Doesn't seem to equate at all. But then again, this is Islam. Things don't have
bring
to
up
make sense.
Anis. It's great.
I wish you all good Ramadan. I think you should fast like Jesus and all the prophets said. Absolutely. I agree. You absolutely should fast like Jesus. Mary, what did Jesus say about fasting?
Whenever he fasted, he didn't eat. He did not flip day and night and pig out all night and gain weight and get fat like you Muslims do and just not eat during the day. He literally did not eat for 40 days and 40 nights. And I know people who have done Jesus fasts, meaning 40 days without food. I know people who have done this. So no Muslim has ever done this because Muhammad knew that no Muslim ever had the self-control to do this even once in their lives, ever. Because Islam is the religion of, of people who are slaves to their basest desires. So within a very short period of time, like, you're at 12 hours and you're like running up against the clock, you're having a really, really hard time. I know people who have actually fasted 40 days, not without water, because that's not what fasting means, but they have water fasted, drinking only water for 40 days. I've known people who have done this. So I intend to fast before I didn't fast today because I wanted to not be cranky during the during the live stream on the first day, but I intend to fast during Holy Week this time around, which means that I will not eat for days. I have fasted for 5.5 days straight and the nights in between them, which is actual fasting, which is how every single real prophet ever fasted. They didn't eat in the bits in between. This is not Islamic fasting, which is fake fasting, which is pretend fasting. Now, the reason why Islamic fasting is stupid and fake is because Muhammad didn't understand. The Jews often fasted on, what is it? Christians on Wednesday and Friday. So Jews did, I believe, on Tuesday and Thursday, had been doing it on Tuesday and Thursday. And what they would do is they would stop eating Monday night and then resume at sundown the next day, having passed 24 hours. Because Muhammad was not very bright, he just saw them begin to eat after that 24-hour period was over and thought that fasting only lasted during sunrise. He didn't understand that their new day started at dusk. So their fasting had started at dusk the previous day and it ended at dusk the next day.
Definitely. And of course, as Lucent pointed out, Jesus also said to keep it secret when you're fasting instead of showing everyone what you're doing for attention. Now, I think that would be slightly misusing the text to say you have to be secretive about it all the time. But the point is, right, don't go, I'm righteous, I'm fasting, as Muslims on social media do.
I'm wasting away. I'm so pale. I'm so hungry. It's been days since I've eaten. Oh my goodness, I'm fasting. Oh, look at me. I'm so righteous. Look at me wearing these very plain clothing to show everyone how righteous I am. That's what you're not supposed to do. So, yeah, people actually have done that, Nur, and people did it with the power of God. Moses fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. Elijah fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, and Jesus fasted for 40 days and 40 nights. And at least one of them did it without water.
And I will say, Nur, that
because
you are out of touch. Well, yes, there's a divine element with the prophets, absolutely, right? But I will also say that you're totally clueless about human biology because human beings have gone several hundred days without food. If you start with enough fat on your body, you can go very long periods of time without food. Now, you can't go very long without water. Yeah, it is definitely miraculous to go more than 3 or 4 days without water, the way Jesus did. But as far as food goes, the human body, if it has stored fat, can sustain itself for hundreds of days.
Yeah, before we got so chubby, the old adage was 3 minutes without air, 3 hours in extreme cold, in extreme cold, in the extreme cold, 3 days without water, and 3 months without food that the average person could survive before you die. So yes, you can live. The average person used to be able to live approximately 3 months before they die without food. So yes, people absolutely can go 40 days even without divine intervention. But I don't think any Muslim ever has, except having actually starved, because Muslims are incapable of fasting even one day. Muslims do not fast even one day.
Yes, give the gospel of Jesus says, do your fast to the Lord, not to man. And that's the key here, right? The key isn't like keeping it silent. It's your motivation. So even if you like followed the letter and kept it silent, but you were just thinking the whole time about how great and righteous you are, and were, you didn't go so far as to tell other people you thought you were so great and righteous, you'd still would be doing it for totally the wrong reasons. And that's what Jesus is addressing. He's addressing people who on the outside act very righteous, get all of the praise of their contemporaries for being the most righteous members of society, while on the inside being totally out of touch with reality, totally out of touch with God's intent behind the law. And I'm just going to say it, Muslims are the modern day Pharisees. They brag about their so-called righteousness. We disagree with some of the things that they consider righteous even on the surface, but they brag about how good they are in public while doing secret sins in private, and they are exactly like the Pharisees, completely out of touch with what it actually means to have a relationship with God. All right, let's see what else.
Well, someone else corrected me. They are right that the old adage was 3 weeks without food, but it's actually much longer. Typical length of time before people die is of people who were of much thinner size than I am was 2 to 3 months, and I could go quite a bit longer before I'd lose enough weight to die. Not that that would be a good idea or good for your health, but
no, I'm not suggesting anyone should do this.
No.
I'm just saying that biologically speaking, it is not accurate to say it's impossible for someone to fast 40 days.
Yep.
All right, continuing on.
When we thought, oh, how many planets are there? What are the names of the planets? And we were young and we used to rattle out those names, mashallah. Today, trust me, what we knew was not even a droplet in the ocean. When Allah Almighty says, wallahi, from the beginning of creation to the end of creation, if every human being had to ask me whatever they ever wanted, and I granted every single one of them whatever they wanted, it would not displace in my kingdom more than a needle would displace from an ocean if we were to be dipped in and removed. Allahu Akbar.
So, assuming that he's correct about the understanding of this verse, and Mary can comment on that in a second, his argument seems to be that Allah declares that his power is unlimited, and Mufti Menk ties this to the James Webb Telescope by saying the universe is so vast it's as if it's unlimited. Therefore, this is confirmation of what the Quran teaches. I think that's the argument. Mary, your thoughts?
He's saying that. So this is just. He's still equating the seen universe to the domain of Allah. So Allah's heaven is in this universe according to him, because what is being said in the Islamic sources is that you think that earth is big, the earth that you have is big, but the heavens are so much bigger, is what's being said. So is the earth inclusive of the material world, or is it exclusive of it? Because here again, he's pushing the stars and planets into the heavens of Allah. So these are becoming a tangible, and of course, in the Islamic worldview that's put in, like, then the things that are far away from the physical earth that we are on are the heavens. And that's what he keeps doing. He keeps making, just like suddenly the earths became like space Mormonism again. Like now the vastness of space and all the things that are in it proves what Allah said. So that means that our physical, tangible universe is inclusive of Allah's heavens.
Yeah, it must, right? Because he's talking about verses that describe heaven Jannah, which really shouldn't be called heaven, by the way, but describing what Muslims would call heaven. And he's saying that the space, our understanding of outer space being so vast, is what verifies this. Which you're right. That logically speaking, that must mean that Jannah is part of the universe.
Yeah, it doesn't verify it at all if Jannah isn't part of this space. Because otherwise, like it's just saying that, oh, the world's a lot bigger than Allah seemed to think it was. So he is making like literal space into literal heavens of Allah. And yes, the Quran does claim that there are exactly 7 heavens. They're supposed to be 500 years apart, just like the earths are 500 years apart. Everything's 500 years apart. And they're supposed to be incredibly vast. But if you understand that what's really weird about the heavens is that it's really unclear about whether or not they're over or under the earth. Because where is Allah's throne? It is above the waters, above the earth, but it's also where the sun goes to bow when the sun has gone underneath the earth. After the sun's set and it's no longer visible, it's under the earth's. It is now bowing to Allah.
So let me
his
just
throne, which is, but whether or not it's a dome or a sphere around the flat earths, then it would be, the first one would be enormously larger if it's 500 years away, whatever that means. And the next one's 500 years away from that, it's even bigger. Next one's 500 years away from that, it's even bigger. Then that would give you kind of this literal shell, whether it's a half shell or a sphere, that is very, very large.
let me ask you a question here, Mary. So I know that one of the conceptions in Islam is 7 earths stacked on top of another. But wasn't the idea that there are 7 heavens derived from the fact that there was 7, as near as people could tell, 7 planets, or objects that kind of look like stars but are bigger and brighter in
Yes.
the world? So then they wouldn't be stacked up. So it does this idea of
Well,
7.
no, they are stacked. So in the idea of the 7 spheres, basically, they imagine that for a planet to go around the Earth, they're like, it has to be on something because otherwise it would fall to the ground. And the classical view. Let me go that way. Okay, so here's a dome above an Earth, and riding on it is the moon because it's the closest one. And then there's another shell that's larger above that, and riding on that is the shell. And that's why they can go back and forth in front of each other. Like the moon can go in front of the sun and block it because it is, it's getting blocked by the sun, because the sun is on a shell that's outside of that one. And that's how come they don't run into each other, because they're on these different shells. And then the next shell after that is like, I think Mercury's next or something. And then Mercury, Venus are next. Sorry, I forget which. And then the next one, and then the next one, according to which ones are closer to the Earth when perceived from here. So each shell is a heaven. So there are 7 of them like that. And some folks kind of historically weirdly literalized it in ways that just don't make any sense. But they were thought to be kind of like these clear shells that kept the planets on their course so they didn't fall down. Like that's what they were riding on, these shells. And so that's where the 7 heavens came from. So if Islam is copying this, and then the mystical Jews did weird things with the 7 heavens and stuff. Now that is not to be confused with the 3rd heaven in the Bible, because the 3rd heaven that Paul's talking about, what he's emphasizing is that he was not where the birds are, the 1st heaven. He's not in outer space, like where the planets are, that's the 2nd heaven, but rather he is with God, a 3rd heaven that's metaphysical. But the actual literal 7 heavens was an idea that was developed, I think it was developed a bit later, in fact, and was this idea of these spheres. And Muhammad just took those. So you ought to be on the level of the sun, or the level of the moon, or the level of Mercury, or of Venus, or of Saturn, one of the visible bodies, heavenly bodies. There are only 7 heavenly bodies that are visible to the naked eye that aren't stars and that move in distinctly different ways. That's why they're called wanderers. That's what planet means. And so that's where you get the 7 heavens of Islam. And just take, they had no idea how distant these things were. But if you imagine that the distances, had something to do with the actual distances of things, then you would see how the Earth would be much smaller than those things around it. Of course, this had to do with a geocentrism theory that also stated the Earth was round, which Muhammad didn't believe. So he didn't understand everything. But that.
Yeah, so per the request of Andrew Martin, I Googled pictures. I'm sure you can probably find better pictures, but I just grabbed one that kind of illustrates this principle. So you got the Earth here in the middle, and then you got objects going around it in close proximity, and then you got objects going around it in further proximity, and then you have some orbits that overlap other orbits. So you can see that this orbit overlaps this orbit. Sometimes this is further away, sometimes this one is further away, which is all correct from the perspective of the Earth, that depending on the alignment, planets that are farther away will look bigger and brighter than other ones. And then you have this object, which I'm guessing is probably the moon, which is doing a different orbit. And then you have out here on the outside the signs of the zodiac, which is going to represent the seasons from the rotation of the sun. So there you go. This is a basic understanding of the solar system from the ancient world. There were occasionally people who philosophized differently, but pretty much every person who was a philosopher and just thought about these things came to the conclusion that everything was rotating around the Earth, as opposed to the reality that things are in rotations independent of the Earth, and with the exception of the moon, of course, going directly around the Earth, are in orbits around a different object, i.e. the sun. So gives you an idea of what was the cutting edge knowledge of Muhammad's time and what was the influence of what you find in the Quran as well. So my question to you, Mary, then is, so the 7 heavens, the 7 bodies, right, which each has their own. And if the stars are in the lowest, I guess they're approximately the same distance as the moon from the Earth. But my question is, these are different than the Earths, right? The Earths are stacked up. These 7
Like
planets are
pancakes,
not the 7 Earths, right?
Correct. Each of the 7 Earths are stacked like, and that's always incredibly baffling to me, because what's on the other Earths? I think that maybe the Jinn are on the other Earths or something. This is the realm of Jinn, because it wouldn't have any sunlight according to the Islamic view. They'd be dark places. So it's kind of confusing. Like, why? I think he just went, hey, if there's 7 heavens, there must be 7 Earths too. Yeah.
Big Rig, yeah, probably. Big Rig says, you're breaking Surah 3351. Stop asking so many questions. Indeed, he demonstrates how, he's not a Muslim, just to be clear, but he demonstrates how actual Muslims would remain Muslims. You push a little bit and you find a problem, and then you listen to whatever your mom says and says, I agree. I won't ask any more questions. I will not push that red line. But the Western scholars, they don't believe in the red line, so they push further, and then they demonstrate that Islam is the emperor with no clothes on, as Yasser Qadi says.
Oh,
all right, let me take this.
I keep forgetting to say it. Like and share. If you're here,
yes.
Please like and share, because I never ask people to do it.
So let me take a super chat before we continue. This one from Rick Newton.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
And there's the Mufti Menk himself talking about the thousands of dirt apples that you don't actually want, apparently, according to this stream. But in this stream, he says, be sure to give your zakat so that you can get thousands of apples. Anyway, Rick Noon says some shekels for the cats. My cats will definitely appreciate that, and I will not buy them apples. I don't think that they would enjoy apples very much. So since I shared my screen to show the planets, I got to reshare my screen for the video. And then we'll continue.
Someone asked me whether or not, or asked, probably rhetorically, whether or not there would be 6-year-old girls and goats in Jannah. Well, there will be camels, and all of your women actually will have barely budding breasts. So they are to be barely entering puberty, because the word that I thought meant large swollen breasts actually means barely swelling breasts. So earliest stages of puberty, that is what all the women, the little girls will look like. So you will have the women in the best stage of their development, which is that of a small girl who is hairless and barely has breast buds. There you go.
And Mikey's comment was actually a bit better than you gave him credit for. Do they have a preferred planet filled with 6 to 9-year-olds or goats? So one of your 10 planets, if you're like Muhammad and you get your 10 planets, one of them will have exclusively 6 to 9-year-olds, because we know that he was not an exclusive pedophile. He liked other women too. So one of his planets will have the 6 to 9-year-olds that he really likes, and then he'll have other women on other planets, I think is the gist here. Andrew Martin says thousands of dirt coming your way. I don't think this is a serious comment from Francis. Sorry to bother you, but can you explain who named Uranus? Well, I get it, but it doesn't have that same meaning in the, I'm guessing Latin. So linguistic coincidence that it sounds like something different in English.
Yep.
All right.
Uranus was the father of the Titans, and Uranus would be more of the Greek pronunciation. So there you go. That's why people are pushing Uranus over Uranus, because 10-year-olds cannot stop
Greek.
cackling over it.
Both Greek and Latin like the US ending, so I guessed, but I guessed incorrectly. All right.
Well, that's the Greek form of the Latin, or excuse me, that's the Latin form of the Greek word, which is O-U-R-A-N-U-S, which we're obviously Greek looking.
Gotcha. All right, let's get back to Mufti.
That's Allah. And man was, okay, maybe. James Webb Telescope is giving you a little glimpse, only a glimpse, because in a few years' time after we're gone, there's going to be another telescope going even further, and they will be baffled, meaning baffled and boggling, mashallah, mind-boggling.
I like how he covered up his misspeak there. He's like, baffled, which I mean baffled and boggling. I don't think that was intentional. I think he just misspoke. No. But he's so good. I mean, he is a good speaker.
Yes.
Regardless of anything else, he's so good that he caught that and made something out of it.
Who ate the apple?
I'm impressed by that. Not so much by his argument here, though. He says later people will build a new telescope that can see even further, and then they'll be even more amazed because there'll be even more stars and planets and whatnot, which I'm not sure is really true. It's irrelevant, right? It's not really relevant to his point. But I don't think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that we've really changed our understanding of how big the universe is based on James Webb data. No. We just have more direct observation of what our physics models already suggested was the size of the universe.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, like how much is, they couldn't see clearly into certain areas of space. So now they can see it much better.
Francis says, this is too baffling for my juvenile mind. All right, let's continue.
That's Allah. Allah says, لَخَلْقُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ أَكْبَرُ مِنْ خَلْقِ النَّاسِ the creation of the skies and the earth is bigger, larger than the creation of mankind. You look at a tree.
Wow, wow. I mean, who is not ready to convert to Islam?
Who ate
The
the
Quran,
apple?
we'll get, Mary can talk about what the Quran actually says, but I'm just taking him at his word here for a second. The Quran has this vast knowledge that the sky is bigger than a human being. That's what he said. Skies, plural. Skies, plural, is bigger than a human being. This is profound knowledge of Allah. Aren't you ready to convert to Islam?
That's
Mary.
not even what it says. But if it is, it's like literally bigger. That's flippin' hilarious. That's supposed to be evidence of Islam. How stupid would the Quran have to be to say, hey guys, I've heard from God. The skies and the earth are bigger than humankind is. Like, and everyone's like, oh, like, come on, dude. All right. So what it's actually saying, of course, is that it's a greater matter, that it's greater that he created everything than just human beings. That human beings, compared to the creation of everything else, are much smaller than that, which is not a particularly deep observation, but like, it can be like, oh, let's see, creation. Yeah, here it is. So you guys are disputing concerning the signs, the ayah that I'm bringing of Allah without any authority. Come to them. In their breasts is only pride, and they shall never attain it. So seek thou refuge in Allah. That's Muhammad supposed to seek refuge in Allah. Surely is hearing, seeing, there's nothing all there. Surely the creation of the heavens and earth is greater than the creation of men, but most men don't know it. So basically it's saying that you guys are so arrogant, you think you're the most important thing in all of creation, but really compared to all of creation, you're not all that important. You're not all that great. You're not all that fabulous. That's what's being said here. So it's like, oh, they're the seeing men who understand, and the believers who understand how insignificant they are in the weight of everything. But you guys are so proud that you think you're like the hottest stuff to ever be. That's what's going on here. So trying to make it into, I mean, he's making Allah sound really stupid, because there's actually a point here that's made that's much better than the point he's trying to make, is that, oh, did you know that the earth and the sky, or then the skies, are literally bigger than human beings are? Ha! You should convert to Islam, because that's what's being said here. Like, so, and this is, I mean, but what's really funny, by the way, is that right after saying that humans aren't all that important, he goes, oh, Allah made the night for you to repose in and the day for you to see. So apparently you're not all that important, but the night was specifically made for human beings to sleep and rest in, and the day was specifically made so human beings and other animals and beings can see. But you should think that you're very important. I'll react to some comments here until Thaddeus comes back. I think the cat is setting things off while Thaddeus is gone, which is hilarious.
I'm back.
Okay. All right.
I just sat down.
The cat set off a couple of audio things, I think.
Yeah, the video got started playing there for a second. It was probably related to me sitting down, though.
Got it.
Anyway, so I am back, and the irony here is that is actually what Mufti Menk is arguing, right? That human beings are insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but he's trying to relate it to the physical because he wants to talk about James Webb for some reason. So he's getting the correct message out of the Quran, but in a totally incorrect way, strangely enough.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Allah made for you the earth a fixed place, and the heaven for an edifice, for a canopy, is what it actually means. So you have a fixed place that doesn't move, and a canopy above it, heaven, for you, but you shouldn't think that you're all that because you're not all that compared to these things that Allah made for you. I don't know. It's just a kind of a bad chain of argumentation here. So.
Andrew says, in Islam, the sky is greater than mere humans. And that was the other thought I had, right? That the theology seems kind of backwards. On one hand, it's correct, right? That human beings are not very significant, but not compared to the earth or the skies. In comparison to God, we're not very significant. But as far as physical creation goes, human beings are actually the height of creation. We're the best, as a Muslim might want to say. We're the best of all that God has created, because not because something we've done, but because of the unique attribute of being created in His image. To us, or I mean to God, we are way more significant than the sky, even though the sky is much bigger. So the theology I kind of agree with, but I really don't agree with the way he's phrasing it. And
Yeah.
I'm just saying from a Christian perspective, from an Islamic standpoint, might be
From an
completely
Islamic
right that
standpoint,
you are worthless in Allah's sight. But that's not how Yahweh views human beings. He doesn't view us as insignificant specks in His vast creation that's far superior to us.
Yeah, but even in Islam, on one hand, you're insignificant specks. Haha, we have contempt for you. Like the contempt of Allah for mankind just pours throughout the Quran, his absolute contempt. But then he makes all this thing, creation appears to be made for humankind in many ways, in many places. That, like cattle were sent down for you and things like that. Like all these things are for you, yet he has this contempt. And it's a combination between the view of the Bible, in which we are image bearers and therefore actually special, and then Mohammed's own contemptuous nature kind of thing. Well, obviously, the whale is holding up the fixed place, big rig. So obviously, the whale noon is holding it, and then the mountains are hammered in like pegs to make sure that it doesn't shake. Clearly. Now, don't ask what the whale's flying through. There are other ideas about the whale being on something, being on something, being on something that was borrowed from Zoroastrianism, I think. I've forgotten. Zoroastrianism or Manichaeanism. I'm sorry, guys, I forget. But
or Discworld.
One of those.
I said or Discworld, whichever.
Yeah. Well, Discworld borrowed from them.
Obviously. But in the way that all right, I think we're back there. Coincidentally, it wasn't because of the time traveling universe, but coincidentally, we had an internet hiccup there, which caused the stream to buffer for a couple seconds. I don't know what that'll look like on the replay, but it didn't quite lose the internet, so you might actually get a couple seconds of silence while I'm waiting for it to come back. I don't know. Anyway, fixed now. And you did see the time traveling uterus. Yeah, what happened? I don't know. It must be Allah. He must be trying to prevent us from
showing the uterus.
Criticism.
That may be Allah's uterus. So we are not entirely sure whose uterus the uterus is that grasps Allah's hips at the primordial time. So
for the uninitiated, why do we have a time traveling uterus, Mary?
We have a time traveling uterus because Islam has some ridiculous birthdays for various people and birth stories for various people that causes them to be born after certain people should be infertile for decades, or while they're dead, or just at ridiculous ages and things. And so you can either take things at face value, or you can adjust the timeline and have a realistic birth window for everybody.
Una
There's only
explained,
one fallopian tube. Yeah, sorry.
Una explained what happened. So she apparently went to the bathroom and used the soap, caused jinn to enter into the stream because soap is very pagan. And Protestant believer wants to know why my internet is stuttering.
Why stuttering?
Good question. It must be because what I'm saying is false. Like when I say, why stuttering? That means that I am false when I say that. All right, back to Mufti Menk here.
أكبر من خلق الناس. The creation of the skies and the earth is bigger, larger than the creation of mankind. You look at it.
It does actually say big. He clarifies, right? Bigger, larger, not greater. Bigger, larger. He actually does mean physical. Yeah. I thought maybe we were being uncharitable, but no, he actually means physical.
That's why I said he's making
means.
He's making the Quran here a lot stupider than it actually is, which is pretty remarkable.
Yes, that's quite an accomplishment.
Who ate the apple?
Tree in your yard. It was there at the time of your great-grandfather, your grandfather, your father, yourself, your child, your grandson, and your great-grandson. And the tree.
What timing there, right? The chat triggered the apple tree. They's like, look at that tree in your yard. It's been there for generations. All right, sorry, I just had to point that out.
He's still standing. But what happened to man? Man died. 5 generations, 6 generations. Tell me, who lived longer, you or the tree? Allahu Akbar. And man thinks he can argue. I don't need to pray Fajr. I don't need.
Who lives longer? You or a tree? The tree. Allahu Akbar. Is Allah a tree?
Apparently, trees are more beloved to Allah because they live for longer. And so you should realize how insignificant you are to Allah and obey Him and not try to argue because Allah loves trees more than you. That's basically it.
So he says, think about the tree in your yard. It has outlived multiple human beings, which is probably not true. There are tree species that live hundreds of years, don't get me wrong, but most tree species don't. But forget that. Let's say it is a tree that's lived hundreds of years. Therefore, Allah is bigger or Allah is greater because a tree has a long lifespan.
You can't argue with Allah because Allah loves trees more than you because He gave them longer lifespans, basically. There we go.
I'm struggling to see how these ideas correlate. A tree has a longer lifespan than you, therefore God is good, God is great?
No,
what?
He's not good. You're a pathetic nothing. And so imagine how much bigger Allah is than this tree.
Oh, okay. Yeah, even a tree is bigger than you.
Yeah.
And why did he go lifespan? He could have just said literally bigger. Think of that tree. It's 3 times as tall as you.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what he says about the earth. Anyway, the tree is bigger in some sense, either physically or longer lifespan. Therefore, human beings are insignificant in comparison to Allah. That's what he's trying to say, I guess.
And you can't argue with Allah about praying extra prayers.
Yeah, that's what he's going to get to, right? Is that, you're just a drop. So how dare you argue with Allah, which is probably the real point that he wanted to get to in this thing. And he just read in the newspaper James Webb and said, I'm going to incorporate that in here somehow.
So how dare you not get up for the dawn prayer? How dare you sleep through it? Because Allah likes trees even more than you because they're bigger and live longer.
All right, let's see what he actually says about human beings here now.
Need to prepare for the day I'm going to meet with the Maker. There's no Maker, according to some. So this was a coincidence. Allahu Akbar. How could we? Coincidence of what? Do you really think such sophisticated minds and brains? Do you know how insignificant we are, oh man? Today you look at something, you put a telescope or you put a microscope, should I say, if you want to look deeper into the cells of your own body. Allah says, we will show you signs not just in the horizons, but within yourselves we will show you signs that the Quran is the truth. So go, search.
Hey, Mary, if we look inside ourselves, and we look at what the Quran says about what's inside of ourselves, we're going to see signs that the Quran is true and from God, right? right?
I have
me out
no
here.
idea what that's supposed to mean.
Well, you're right. I'm being generous here, but I think what he's saying is that the Quran is correct about your innards, about the things that are unseen to the ancient world, but we can now see with a microscope. I think that's what he's saying. Well, let's see. Let's see. Right? I'm reacting. I don't think that this is about where I stopped watching, so the rest of this I probably haven't
Look
seen.
at your organs, look at how they work, look at your eyes, look at your noses, look at your lips and your tongues and your ears and your hair and whatever else it may be. Look at your nails, look at your fingers, look at your toes, look at your feet, your legs, your bones. Look at whatever there is that Allah has made, the organs, the kidneys, the liver, the heart, whatever else it may be, the muscles, the Subhana Rabbi al-A'la, the veins, whatever else it is. One small thing goes wrong, oh man, and you are in such pain that you don't feel like living. And you can't even pray for the one who made you. You really think all the sophisticated creation was there for nothing from nothing and is going to...
I'm trying to boil down his argument here, right? So human beings are complex. Therefore, how dare you not pray to the one who made human beings complex? I think that's the argument.
Why would you think that that's Allah? He's not given me one reason.
I
have no idea.
Look at your organs, huh? Someone was paying attention to when I played this for David.
Don't go too far. Look inside yourself. Take a look at your organs.
It's a different clip, right? He's wearing a different outfit. It's not from this talk, but Mufti really likes your organs.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue on, I guess, because I'm struggling to figure out what even his point is.
To return to nothing. Allahu Akbar. I'm a believer. I believe that there is a maker. And I worship him alone. And I believe that he has not yet told us or shown us or allowed us to see more than a little droplet of what he has in terms of creation or even a fraction of his knowledge.
So, for no reason whatsoever, and kind of anti-Islamic idea there, he says that Allah has not yet allowed us to see how vast his creation is. I really don't get how that helps his argument. My God is not allowing us to discover things about the universe, therefore Islam.
But you shouldn't be. But you shouldn't be. Because Allah is supposed to be recreating the world one thing at a time. You're not supposed to be able to discover things from basic principles in Islam. That's rejected. They believe in accidentalism or occasionalism, that each thing is being recreated by Allah moment by moment.
Put differently, that he's like literally sustaining something, and if he doesn't give it permission to continue, it'll be gone the next day. Is that what you're saying, Mary? I'm just trying to understand.
So basically, in Islam, you should not be able to make calculations that allow you to send up a rocket. Because you can't say that the rocket goes up or down or anything for any other reason than the will of Allah in that moment.
Okay, gotcha.
There is no cause and effect other
There's
than
no
Allah.
natural laws.
Right. There are no natural laws. There is no natural anything. Allah does not set up an order to the universe. He wills the universe moment by moment through fate. And there's nothing you can or will do that will change that. So whatever happens, happens only by Allah. You can't make predictions about anything. An empirical type of world, an empirical type of God, fixed to Christian God, but not the God of Islam. In fact, Ibn Taymiyyah absolutely excoriated the folks like Ibn Sina, who wanted to say that Allah would be rational to that Allah's universe would be a rational universe, that there would be something comprehensible about it. That does not fit in with Islamic ideas. So I believe that Liu Yang here is a Malaysian. Is he? Where's he from? What is that flag? I don't know what that flag is at all because I'm not
Yeah,
good with flags.
GH. That should be a country code. Ghana, maybe? Yeah, Ghana. I just checked.
Oh,
He's from Ghana.
yeah, but look at his name. His name's Chinese, and he looks, East Asian. So I'm guessing that he's Chinese Malaysian in extraction. That's my guess at
It's
this stage.
interesting that it actually shows up as a flag because on my screen it shows as the country code. But I also did look at the flag. That is definitely the Ghanan flag
I mean, there
there.
are there are Ghanan, and he does not look Ghanan at all. But there are actually a fair number of Chinese now in Ghana as well. But anyway, yeah, Liu Yang.
Yeah, anyway,
No, I read
he
things
said we don't
in.
know Arabic, which
Yeah,
I fail
I
to see why
guarantee
that
I
is
know more than
relevant
you,
to.
Liu
I
Yang. I guarantee I know more than you. Let's
I
talk
fail to
about
see why
any
that's
verse you
relevant
want to
though,
bring, and we will discuss what the Arabic is.
because we're discussing what Mufti Menk said. He's not
Yeah,
speaking Arabic. He's considered a very knowledgeable, well-educated Muslim who knows Arabic. He's speaking in English. Why do we need to know Arabic to understand what he's saying in English exactly? Did you just come in here and just give a line without actually having volume on and you have no idea what we're talking about?
yeah. Tell us
English
that you can
version is
hear us,
twisted.
or otherwise I'm going to ban you.
What English version? What are you
Well,
talking
he's
about?
saying that the NIV. Well, he was saying that all the English translations of the Quran are twisted, and then he's like, "Oh, I bet you read the Bible in the NIV; it's twisted." It's not an excellent translation, but it's not deliberately twisted. It's
I
just
mean,
got some dumb
it's
things in it.
written, it's written at a very basic level. And when you simplify language to a very basic level, you'll have some imprecise language. So what? Does it teach a different theology? And does it have anything to do with Mufti Menk talking about James Webb Telescope? I suspect he just came in and started giving lines without any clue what we're talking about because
Yeah,
it doesn't seem
tell us,
related to anything.
tell us now that you're listening, or I'm gonna just ban you because you're not responding to anything that's actually going on in the stream.
Yeah, so let me give him a chance. I'm typing in chat. Turn on volume and get on topic. All right. We'll
Yeah.
see. We'll see. Because I mean, I do want Muslims here, but they do
But
have
I
to
want
actually
him to actually be
engage,
listening
right?
because
They
he's
have to
not listening.
engage with what we're saying, or there's no point in them being here.
He won't tell me whether or not having sex with a 9-year-old is okay. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, he just wants to say we don't know Arabic, which is
Well, he
completely
said
and
beating
totally
your wife
fine.
is fine.
All right. Anyway, while we figure out whether he's paying attention or not, let's get the star back up here. Mufti Menk is telling. Oh, I did want to get this from Landon real quick. Fine tuning argument. I think that's what he's trying to do, but it's so incomprehensible that I'm really struggling to figure out how he's saying anything. Like this isn't even an Islamic point. I just don't understand what his argument is supposed to be.
That's my maker and yours. وما أوتيتم من العلم إلا قليلا. Oh man, we have not given you knowledge except but very little. Very little. Man thinks he's sophisticated because you can put the chip. I remember long back when I was young, when we had, subhanallah, the indicators on our motor vehicles, we had to actually push them back after we turned the corner. We had to push them back after we turned the corner, right?
What the heck? This is the first time I'm hearing this. So apologize for my reaction here, but what the heck? When I was young, we had to turn off the turn signal after we were done using it in our cars. Therefore, Islam. In other words, technology keeps advancing. right? Whatever we think is the great technology of today will be beaten out by better technology tomorrow. Therefore, Allah is greater than human technology, I guess, is what he's trying to get at.
Since human technology can stay here, let me make a better argument for him. Since we are constantly progressing in human technology, imagine what greater things Allah is capable of. And that proves that mankind only knows a little. But the funny thing is, that verse is referring to the Holy Spirit. Because what happened was some Jews went to Muhammad and challenged him on what's the Holy Spirit that you keep talking about? What is this ruh? What's this ruh? What's the spirit? And Muhammad realized that he had used the term spirit in a really inconsistent way. And someone may have told him, hey, dude, you're using it like the Christians do. You're using it like the Christians do. So why are you talking about the Holy Spirit as if the Holy Spirit is a person of a Trinity? Why are you doing that? And Muhammad had no answer for them. And instead, he said, hey, let's do, uh, you Jews think that you're so smart and you know what the Spirit is, but in reality, Allah's only given you a little bit of knowledge. He can take it away from you if he wants.
Which,
So,
I mean, that makes sense. Buffering. It's weird that we're not having issues this time. The first time we did have issues, but this time we're not having the issue.
weird.
All right. My indication just says that the internet problem is done
Oh,
there. I don't
well,
know how
it's
much
back
of your
again.
our
We're
yeah.
back again.
I think so. I don't know how much of you guys heard because as near as Mary and I could tell, our internet was not out. I mean, I assume it's still on my end,
Yep.
since we already had one
Well, no,
problem
it was
earlier.
out. You couldn't hear me for a while, Thaddeus. I was telling you it's buffering before you actually could hear
No,
me.
oh,
So that's
I
what's
heard
up.
you say buffering at least once.
Yeah, I know, but I
Anyway,
said it like 5 times before, and then I finally saw my face unfreeze on your screen on the little one.
gotcha. All right, so obviously it's my internet. I'm having some sort of issues today. It'd been a while since we had issues. I guess we were due for them. Let me take two quick comments from the audience. Give the gospel of Jesus as music haram. I, I feel the need to clarify this every time it comes off. Music is not haram, even in the strict understanding of very conservative Muslims. Instruments are haram. So the human voice to make music is always permissible. So when you hear singing, that isn't haram by itself. It'll only be if there's instruments there. And Ethan said, you said this guy's arguably one of the most popular Muslim preachers. Yes, correct. And I think that there's implication behind this question. Like, really? People like this guy? But yes, he very much is, right? His YouTube channel, subscribers, he's invited to speak at places all around the world. He is personally profoundly wealthy from spreading dawah, spreading Islamic teaching through the world. He's the recognized head mufti of Zimbabwe, where he's from, or sorry, where he lives now. He's from South Africa, where he is also extremely well respected. He's invited to the Middle East all the time. So yeah, he's very, 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 very popular. I think it's quite likely that he is the most popular Muslim in the Islamic world.
Yeah,
Certainly
we'll
way
be
more
buffering
popular
off
than
and on.
Zakir. Yeah, what can you do?
See ya,
Certainly way
Ethan.
more popular than Zakir Naik or Muhammad Hijab. Let's put it that way. All right. Since we are having internet issues, maybe we'll wrap it up shortly here, but let's see what else the
Yeah,
Mufti
can
has
we
to say.
send Lu Young the the link to chat with us?
Yeah. Well, let's do that. I'll open this up for Muslims, keeping in mind that I'm not running away if we have internet issues, because
Yeah.
that's already happened. But I will post the link, theology.chat, to see if Muslims have anything to say. We'll go through a little bit more of this video, take some super chats, give Muslims a chance to come and talk to us. We'll see. This is probably the last segment of this we watch. Just because, well, one, because of time, and two, because of the internet.
And later on, as we grew a little bit older, we saw those Nissan Datsun Pulsars when we were young, if you recall those cars. And you know what? For the first time, as you're turning the steering wheel the other way, it flicks up on its own. Wow, man, wow, subhanallah. Today, the whole car drives on its own. You think you're a big deal. Allah says, hang on. The more you do all of this, the more technologically you become advanced. We're going to show you how insignificant you are. We will allow you to discover galaxy upon galaxy that you never dreamt about, you never thought about, you don't even know how far it goes. Imagine this telescope, millions of kilometers away from Earth, is sending back images of planets and galaxies and so much that this Earth is one of the smallest in existence. Subhanallah. Imagine. People used to think, oh, the sun is like this. Go and check how many and what's going on. Please take an interest in this. Go and look at the James Webb Telescope and the images from the James Webb Telescope. It will refresh your iman, because that's what it's supposed to do. Although those who might have launched it may not have thought that it's going to come back with refreshing the conviction of the believers, but that's what it's doing to us.
I think that's probably a good point to end on, that apparently, much to the dismay, or at least not intention, of the creators of the James Webb Telescope, it is enhancing the Imam, the faith of Muslims. They're gaining new confidence in Islam because of this. Why? I have no clue. Mufti Mink couldn't explain it to us. Generally speaking, and I disagree that they should, but generally speaking, when people discover how vast the universe is, they tend to have less confidence in their religion than more confidence. Now, again, I don't think that they should. I think that, as I said earlier, I think God's majesty is just as great, or actually greater, if the universe is very large and very complex. But when you look at something very vast as the universe, and you're like, what are the chances that I was lucky enough to be born into the right belief system? Much less likely, or much more likely, to decrease your faith, at least temporarily, than increase it. But Mufti Menk says, the Quran says you were created as a droplet of liquid. Therefore, the universe being vast is confirmation that you're small, when the verse literally makes sense without the size of the universe entering into it. In addition to being scientifically inaccurate, that you didn't start as a drop of sperm. Ignoring that, the idea that you started very small is readily apparent to every human being who has ever lived. I bet you if you ask a 3-year-old child anywhere on earth, regardless of what their parents' religious system is, they will say, yeah, I was smaller and now I'm bigger, and I'll be bigger later on.
So the Quran is almost unusual. Like there are certain other systems that are very precise about their physical, not metaphysical cosmology, but their physical cosmology. You do find that sometimes. Metaphysical cosmology is a whole other thing. It's like how you arrange a world that goes beyond the physical in terms that the physical can understand. And everybody does that. But the Quran and the Ahadith and the early Tafsir, they're all very explicit about how the world is literally materially organized. And all of it goes against this James Webb telescope even being able to go outside of the Earth, because it ought to slam up against the first dome, which should not be that far away.
Mm-hmm.
And should not be allowed to pass unless Allah wished to make a hole in it, because there is no hole in the dome that's over the earth according to Allah. There's no opening in it. It explicitly says there's no opening in the dome over the earth. And thus you cannot pass between the heavens without Allah's permission. That's what it says. And yet, like, he's like, oh, James Webb Telescope, Islam. It just does not flow at all. And it's all this gobbledygook that sounds kind of nice, but it doesn't. So I thought that there was a very good question there, actually by Alexander Damien. He asked, why does God want people to fast, essentially? What is the function of fasting in the idea of Christianity or in Islam? Well, in Islam, you fast specifically for the purpose of inflicting torment upon yourself, which gets you rewards in the future. So there is a big Islamic theology of torment that was introduced whenever Muhammad arrived in Medina and everybody got sick and people were afraid they were going to die from a fever, and they'd come all this way, and now that they're risking death, and what's going on? Why are we getting punished, it seems like, with this horrible illness? And Muhammad said that Allah sends you torment now so that it burns up your bad deeds and gives you good deeds in the hereafter. And that the torment amount now is worth a ton more than it would be in any other situation. Later on, whenever he had the theology of the grave, the torment of the grave was a later theology. And whenever he suddenly decided that you were tortured in your grave, which actually was a Jewish belief that had developed a couple hundred years before. It was a very late Jewish belief that you'd be tormented in your grave, and it's still kind of a Jewish belief. And grave was not a literal grave. It is to the Muslims. Like, physically, in your actual grave, your body is tormented and you feel it. You still feel what happens to your dead body. Now, they meant in Sheol, in the place of the grave, in the metaphysical grave. Again, metaphysical versus literal. Islam takes everything literally. It's literally inside your grave, in the ground. Whereas metaphysically, you are tormented in the rabbinical system at that time. And at that time, he was like, well, torment on earth is worth a ton more than torment in the grave, where you'd also burn up some of your sins. From that came the idea that other forms of hurting yourself, like fasting, gives you lots of benefits because you're uncomfortable and your actual discomfort turns into reward. Now, that is not the view of the Christian or the Jewish scriptures or anything else. In the Jewish scriptures, you see fasting done by individuals, Elijah and Moses, for a very prolonged period of time while they are especially in the presence of God in some way. But you also have the fasting of the people, typically for 3 days at a time, prayer and fasting together. And in this case, it is because you are so completely devoted to God that you spend no time in the preparation of food, which would take a lot of time, or in the eating of food or anything else. The only thing you're doing is you're praying and you're sleeping, and that's it. Pray and sleep, pray and sleep, pray and sleep. And then in the Christian idea, and so it is a time of utter devotion to prayer. And then in the Christian idea, it also became about the mortification of the flesh, meaning that we realize that our current state is temporary and there's something greater and more eternal. So the idea is that you turn your eyes away from human concerns of all types, human preoccupations that include eating and things like that, and instead spend a lot of time in prayer. And also with that, a lot of times is extra praying during times that you would normally sleep, and things of that sort too are involved in a period of that early prayer and fasting. Whenever fasts got elongated, fasts were observed in other ways where it wasn't all food that was restricted, but certain types of food for longer periods for various reasons. So
just to clarify, when I said especially sleeping, I was still referring to the Islamic view, even though Mary had moved on to the Christian. view. And the Christian view, we don't sleep away our fasting, and give us credit for that. Anyway, Tim Chapman says Satan has a lot of fun with this stuff, doesn't he? I think he does. And you know, I think that he's quite proud of himself for what he has accomplished in Islam.
And we're proud of that.
Because he has led billions astray and convinced them that they are the best of all creatures as a result of the rejection of God. Fazlin earlier asked if he could join. Fazlin, I welcome you now. I haven't seen you in a while. I assume you're not here since you haven't clicked on the link, but I do welcome any Muslim who wants to join. I'm going to run through these super chats and stuff, and then we'll be done unless we get a Muslim to come up and talk to us about why they believe that creation confirms Islam. Let's keep it at least somewhat on topic, but you don't have to specifically talk about Mufti Menk or the James Webb Telescope, just why you think creation itself confirms Allah. Super chat from Big Rig.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
So I do appreciate this comment from Big Rig as well as the donation. Thank you for that. Remember when Muhammad said how a false prophet would die and then dying in the same way? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Very nice. I like it. Napo54, which religion do you guys believe in? Just curious. We're Christians here. I assume you asked, as near as I could tell, you asked this shortly after you came in. It should become apparent as we go along that we're talking about Christianity. I assume that you're not a Christian based on your comments. I'm not sure if you're a Muslim or agnostic, atheist, whatever, but you're welcome here, and we would love to have chats with you. Talmudic Tunnels Construction said, are all stars Muslim or just the sun? Good question, Mary. In Islam, are the stars also sentient beings? And if so, do they serve Allah?
Well, I think that the planets are sentient beings, but the other stars are just lamps. And the lamps get thrown at jinn. And that the thrown ones are not, in fact, sentient. Fortunately for them, since their fate is to be thrown.
Very good. Snoopy says, droplet of what? I guess that's the question. I mean, it's supposed to be a droplet of liquid, which we can be generous and say is seminal fluid that humanity's created from. That's definitely not what Mufti Menk is saying, or at least related to his point. He's just using the size. That's literally all he's talking about. He's saying that the Quran says you're small, the universe is big, therefore Allah.
He thinks he's being so deep. And you know what? Protestant believer, he has defeated us all. Die Hard wasn't a Christmas movie originally. The script was changed by Constantine and 336 to align it with the Sol Invictus Festival. There we go.
Good for that particular debate. Rick Newton, Super Chat.
Verily, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Thank you for that donation. Rick says that poor tree that was destroyed to have Islamic toilet paper printing on it. Probably the tree that squeals that a Jew is behind it. Could be. Just remember that Islam is true, in reference to a previous stream. Islam is true because people in Jerusalem have been reading the Quran and Hadith and have started to plant lots of the magic tree that they can hide behind because they know that the final battle between Judaism and Islam is coming, and they want to be prepared for that. Argument given in all seriousness, then I showed an interview of people in Jerusalem. No one had ever heard of this tree, including when they went to a nursery or arboretum. They're like, I don't know what that tree is. But apparently Jewish people are planting it in large numbers because they've been reading the Hadith that say that a Jew will hide behind a tree on Judgment Day.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, Judgment Day, I think, is correct enough. But when the Muslims are waging war in preparation for the final judgment anyway.
One of the crazy things about the recitations that very few people know. So if you get a book like this that has the tajweed as well as the Arabic, that gives you the pronunciation. And just because you read Arabic, just because you can read this, doesn't mean that you know what this is. Because the sounds that you make in the recitation of the Hafs Quran do not perfectly match the Arabic letters over here. That's why they have this. It's not just for English speakers, because there are places where you drop ending consonants. There are places where you drop middle consonants. There are places where you change vowel sounds toward the ends of words. It's especially the last word. Very often it's different. So what's hilarious is that they will say that if every book disappears, then you could write the Quran from it. But the Hafs recitation, that is the most common recitation, the one that's taught in this book. And if you go online, anytime you say, Tajweed Quran anywhere, the recitation tradition that it will give will not match the Arabic letters, letter by letter. I just want to make this point too, because it's so funny. Not one argument that they make could possibly be true. If there were enough people to actually reconstruct the Hafs recitation, they would not reconstruct the Hafs Mushaf. So they would reconstruct something that is written in letters, and those letters would be different from the letters that are supposed to be from Allah. So I find that incredibly funny, that sometimes even that doesn't quite match. It doesn't quite line up. And most of those do appear to be, it's mostly for effect or dialect. Some are dialectical differences. Some are to just sound really cool, but it's different letters.
Ocean Mist says, plant those gargad trees, guys. So thank you for reminding us what they're called. However, don't go to a nursery in Israel and ask for it by that name. Now, to be clear, the tree does exist in Israel, but they don't call it that. They have no idea what the Muslims are talking about. A whole bunch of people throughout triggered who ate the apple. Thank you guys for that. Some of your timing was pretty hilarious. Well done. Jesus Bot used the highlight function to say Al-Makr is the greatest deceiver. That would be Allah, just in case there's any confusion about that. And I don't know. This one's tough, right? Because some of Allah's followers really try really, really hard to outdo him on deception. So I don't know if his brag about being the greatest of all deceivers is really true. What do you think, Mary?
I think that Allah is certainly the greatest deceiver, but I think that his followers really follow him well. And the reason they use the greatest deceiver is because he is a representative of Arabs. Like, he is the Arabian culture big guy personified, like everything that they think that the big guy should be. And clever, outsmarting people by lying. Because remember, back in the time.
So by the time I'm saying these things, it'll probably back up, and then people will have missed something else other than me saying that it's buffering. Oh well, we're almost done. Not interested said Islam is an insult to your intelligence and a threat to your existence. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I do apologize about the internet issues today. Unfortunately, it didn't start till very near the end, so it didn't really interfere with any of the the main substance of today's stream. Super chat from Big Rig.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more. Every single day, 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
I don't know about this comment, Mr. Big Rig, but I do thank you for the donation. Dia Al-Abi is the reason why Muhammad had a loose butthole, so loose when he slept all leaked out, of course referring to the eyes of the leather strap of the anus there. Your thoughts, Mary?
Yeah, it was probably more his uncle and his cousin, but the fact that he thought that the moment that you went to sleep, you'd because most people realize that people fart in their sleep like crazy whenever they roll over, whenever they stir, whenever they wake up a little bit. It's not so much while people are dead asleep. You don't just start leaking. Like that should not be happening. And if it's happening, there's something wrong. And so, yeah, I wondered that myself because of that. And I was about to talk about Aesop. At the time of Aesop, there was there was a story that I think it was God Hermes, it might be a different god, I might have forgotten which god, went around with a cart to all the nations to give them their portions of deceit. And whenever they finally got to the people of, whenever it got to Arabia, the entire cart flipped over, all the rest of the deceit dumped out. And that's why Arabs are so dishonest. That's what they believed at that time, in the time of Aesop. And this is a stereotype, of course, but it's a stereotype that reflected the experience of other people with this culture. And so Allah is a manifestation of the traits of the pagan Arab culture because he's pagan and Arab.
So I think you have indirectly provided a new argument for the truth of Islam. Let me, you're probably like, what? Audience is probably like, what? Let me lay this out logically. So Allah is the greatest of all deceivers. That means all of the prophets that he has called before him, throughout human history, if they're good prophets, they should emulate him and be deceivers as well. He calls Muhammad last, who's supposed to be the best of all the prophets, which by a consequence means that he should be the best at emulating Allah's deception. You just said that the Arabs were known for their deception. So you can see that Allah has actually waited to bring use the best last, as Muslims would say, as Muhammad brags about in the hadith, that he's from the best group of people, the best tribe, the best family, because apparently, confirmation, they are the best of deceivers among human beings and thus the most like Allah. What do you think? Good argument for Islam, everyone?
Sure. Why not?
I mean, it follows from the first premise of Allah being the best of deceivers, and the second premise of the best human beings being the best imitators of Allah.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. I think it's foolproof.
So Jack said that I downgraded to 56K, and Morgie said 56K of what? And okay, Mary probably can't hear that. Only I can hear it. But I accidentally started playing a video, which is slightly distracting.
Yep, only I can hear it. But
you can't hear it?
56K bits per minute. No, I can't hear
it. Yeah. Okay. I didn't think you could hear it because I had shared it already. So referring to old-fashioned modem technology, which was 56 kilobits of data, and modern cable modem speed being several megabits per second. So, downgraded just a bit. About the equivalent of Mufti Mink confusing millions and billions. That's about the same order of magnitude difference in technology there. Protestant believer says, was the Quran abrogated? I think it was. I think
it is the only sacred text to have ever been edited by goat.
Mm-hmm. And if you didn't see, I had on my stream on Sunday, I was talking with a Muslim, self-identified convert. I have no reason to believe that he's lying about that to Islam, talking about how we have authentic chains and blah, blah, blah. And this is how you know Islam is the truth. Since he didn't bring up perfect preservation, I didn't get into the details of that. But the Muslim response, anytime you point out Sahih hadith that say that parts of the Quran are lost, or that people forgot things, or you have contradictions or whatever, it's always, yeah, Allah abrogated this. We know, right? We know that it varies, and this is
The
how you
temporary
know.
parts of the eternal Quran, obviously. It is
Mhm.
absolutely eternal, out of time, uncreated, and parts of it are also temporary. Come on, Thaddeus.
Yeah, perfect sense. Perfect sense. Absolutely. Super chat from Apocatesis.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples, which are nothing but dirt. Allah gives you lots and lots of dirt as His generosity for your zakat. Love you guys. Stay safe in Christ. Yeah, you can read that a couple ways. Spiritually, absolutely, 100%. Stay in Christ. Stay safe. Spiritually speaking, as far as physically goes, I'm not saying that you should intentionally put yourself in danger, but don't fear the one who can kill the body. Fear only the one who can kill the body and soul in hell. So I'm not that concerned about my physical well-being. I also live in the United States where, we're pretty safe. But if, a Muslim finds a way to come after me, so be it. I'm not concerned. I will be with God in heaven for all of eternity, enjoying His presence. Don't really care when my earthly existence comes to an end.
If you get my dog in trouble for eating people, I will be extremely unhappy. So do not get my dog in trouble.
So what Mary's saying is if a jihadi tries to come and attack her and her dog kills and eats that person, the dog might get in trouble.
Yes. Well, he tried very, very, very hard to eat the poor vet today, and she was so good with him. We had a terrible vet who he was like, he walked in the room and just stiffened up and got scared of the dog last year. And the dog has not been the same at the vet since. And even this very relaxed, chill one, like I had to headlock him, even with full muzzle, cage muzzle on. And he's not. We're working on it. I don't want him eating people that I don't want him to eat, but I also don't want him eating people who I might, in other circumstances, want him to eat. So please, just if you want to come after me, wait till my dogs are not near, because my kid doesn't need to go through that.
So Morgie says abrogation is not a good reason to reject the Quran as man-made. I agree. Abrogation alone is sufficient to show that Islam is false. It would be actually in my top 5 or so reasons why Islam is clearly false, because the doctrine is just so absolutely, completely ridiculous.
It's also completely contradictory because it developed over time. Muhammad taught completely contradictory things. His first theology of expulsion was that true prophets are never expelled from their homes. Those who are against them are expelled, but true prophets are never expelled.
So we apparently have a new Muslim, I would assume, who has joined the chat. Everett Studios, based on his name. I assume that he has a YouTube channel that he would like to promote. So Everett, why don't you click on the pinned link and come up and have a chat with us? And his very pathetic attempt to imitate without lies, Islam dies. He says, without polytheism, Christian dies. It doesn't even rhyme.
I'm glad that Allah, that you are here to correct Allah, because Allah is too stupid to know that, because you're not allowed to marry the women of the polytheists, but you can marry Christian women. Therefore, Christians are not polytheists. So if you're saying that they are, then Allah is an idiot.
So Sivday says, remember, hey Thaddeus, remember me? I'm the
Sunday.
guy from Sky. It's a V. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, you're right. Yes, it's Sunday,
Right,
right?
yeah.
With old fashioned type. Anyway, hey Thaddeus, remember me? I'm from the guy from Skype that had questions, but you didn't answer. Well, I'm quite sure that I didn't read those questions, so I apologize by not reading your questions. I get way more stuff than I can respond to. I respond to as much as I possibly can. And since you took the time to come in here and put a chat in, I will go and try to find those after we're done here. Sound good? All right. If you really want to talk to me, the best way is to call in. Just saying. Dashing Rogue, super chat.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
Islam is the faith, I think that's specific, for special needs. Well, in fairness, most Muslims, vast majority of Muslims, are victims of the system. They are born into it. They are not exposed to arguments, or they're so indoctrinated that they can't see the legitimacy of arguments. That doesn't require low intelligence. That just speaks to the evil of the system. And regardless of someone's intelligence, they are deeply loved by the true creator, the true God. And what I'm getting at is that I have no interest in making fun of Muslims. I have interest in making fun of Islam, but that's not the same thing as making fun of Muslims. So I generally don't make comments like this, that say Muslims are stupid or Muslims are evil. I'm not saying that I never slip and accidentally say that, but what I really mean is Islam is stupid. Islam is evil. Islam is a horrific system that we need to fight against because there are souls on the line, souls that are dearly loved by God and are on their way to hell for following Muhammad. I mean, we joke around, we have fun here, but ultimately this isn't a joke. There's very real consequences to choosing to remain a Muslim until the day you die. Can you move, Artemis? Thank you. I need to see my screen in order to click the next super chat. Artemis is on the way out. She knows that the stream is coming to an end here. I think I have 2 more super chats and a couple other, but we are just about done. Jack Ray says this is the Islamic version of fluid dynamics. Nice pun there. Andrew says, in my opinion, the moon is Al-Haha's face while the sun is his wife. What do you think of that, Mary?
Sure, why not? I mean, it was the wife of Allah was indeed a lot, and in earlier belief, but somehow they were also his daughters. So why not? And a lot is called Shams, and Ab Shams were the people who were named after a lot, because Al-Uzza, Abd al-Uzza was its own group. So Ab Shams was a lot, and Al-Uzza was associated with Venus. So sure, why not?
Maurice says they even steal our catchphrases. Indeed. I mean, this is how you get out. They're just imitating their prophet. I mean, that's how he got the Quran. He took stories that he had heard and either intentionally claimed their revelation, or if we're being generous, he had memories that he then got confused and thought were revelation. He wouldn't have to be a deceiver. He wouldn't have to be a liar. But either way, his stories clearly come from previous religions. So Muslims are just doing the same thing. I actually had a very hilarious example of this. I saw a cartoon written, against Islam. That was like the blind leading the blind. And they had the Muslim scholar at the start, and all the Muslims following after and falling into a pit. And I found it on an Islamic website where they took the original words off of it, and they're like, false teachers misleading Muslims. So taking the polemics and turning it into part of Islam, which is, as near as I can tell, exactly what Islam as we know it is. It is all bid'ah, all innovation that is in response to Christian polemics in the early centuries. All of their core doctrines are different than what Muhammad taught. A lot of the stupidity remains, but a lot of the vast majority of the core doctrines are modified according to what Christians were saying about the stupidity of Muhammad's teachings. Super chat from Jack Ray.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
So the apples? No, you didn't get apples. You got Muhammad Hijab praising you for being here and wasting all your time on this stream. Thank you very much, Jack Ray. Mickey says, when you break it down, most Muslim boys and girls get raped by their dad. Explains a lot around their brain damage. I don't think that's a fair statement, at least in terms of most, and especially in terms of dad. It's more often, you know, an uncle or other family member or a
Brother
teacher,
actually is the most
mosque.
common.
Yep. Friends, older friends, you know, in a higher grade. But yes, a large percentage of children are sexually abused as children, and this can have, I would use the term brain damage because that like implies lack of intelligence, but does create long-term damaging psychological effects. Not 100% of the time, but quite often. In other words, you can't just look at someone and say, "Oh, they seem to be normal, therefore they couldn't have been raped as a child," when they say they were.
The worst part
something.
is that they're told that these are the best people in the world, and
Mhm.
everyone else is worse. So the very best people are doing this to you. It must be something wrong that you're doing. You must have caused them to do this because they're the best people, and they wouldn't have done this unless you had done something, and that's what you're told too. You're told that it's because when you sleep in the family bed, you know, you're touching them somehow, or they saw you in some way previously or whatever. It was somehow your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault that they have lust because Islam makes the object of the lust responsible for the person who is lusting, provided the person who is lusting is a man. So
yes, that's a very
masculine.
important clarification. And you know, one of the things Muslims brag about is how most girls are virgins when they're married, which means, you know, contracted, which is true. That part is true, but it's because girls are actually closely protected, which means someone takes out their lust on a young boy who is just as good as a girl. That is the consequence of this so-called protection of girls. There are plenty of girls who are raped too. Don't get me wrong, but I bet you the percentage of boys that are raped is higher than the percentage of girls, because girls are actually fairly well protected. You know, they're kept in sight and whatnot since they can't be trusted, which means who's available? Young boys that, if they're prepubescent, what's the difference between a boy and a girl anyway? Photrius Pyrelis says, isn't this one of the beggars from your super chat clips? Yep, Mufti Mink. That's part of the reason why we feature him. This guy, where is my weed whacker? Don't like the beard. Pony Girl doesn't like his beard. Don't know why. That's very Islamophobic of you. It's a very fine beard. Ethan said, did that. The apple. Thank you for that. Jesus bought any streams on Good Friday or Holy Weekend. Mary, what are we doing on Saturday?
Sorry, since we buffered the last time, my turn off thing isn't working, so I have to turn myself off. So we should be streaming on why Easter is not pagan. So these weird, they're Germanic centrists. They believe that everything has to do with Germanic peoples, and that England especially, is the most important place in the world whenever it was barely a blip in the minds of most ancient people. It's ridiculous. But anyway, we are going to address some really spectacularly stupid points.
Excellent, excellent. And then we'll be back on Tuesday to continue the life of Muhammad. What are we talking about on Tuesday?
On Tuesday, we will find out who the first Muslim was. So, according to the Quran. And then the next Tuesday, we'll talk about who the first Muslim is in terms of the first one to believe in Muhammad. Who was that?
And I will say that this is my favorite of the Quranic contradictions. When a Muslim says, they try to go to contradictions in the Bible, or they say that the Quran is perfectly clear, or whatever other nonsense, I just ask them a simple question. I say, who was the first Muslim? And I have never, to my knowledge, it's possible I missed a reply somewhere, but to my knowledge, I have never had a Muslim answer that question. They have never attempted to tell me who the first Muslim was because they know it's a trap. They know they can't answer because the Quran gives at least 4 different answers. The Hadith offers several additional answers, and all of the excuses make no sense whatsoever. But Mary's going to try to break it down and see what Muhammad actually meant by all of this contradictory crap. Should be a very interesting stream. And I will definitely ask Muslims to call into that and tell me who the first Muslim was. I'm not going to accept any other talk from any Muslim that calls in until they answer that question, however. All right, last super chat.
Oh, Sunday, you can't.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
So Mary, as I start playing that, Mary's saying you can't copy and paste stuff. If you post a link, YouTube will 100% of the time block it. They had too many problems with people spamming chat for porn sites and other commercial sites. The only way for someone to be able to post a link is for them to be a moderator. I'm obviously not going to make random people moderators, so you're out of luck as far as posting a link in the chat. Additionally, if you copy and paste a large block of text, there's a good chance YouTube will block that as well. So when you said, see this hadith, guys, that's always all. We did not see any hadith that you tried to put in the chat. Super chat from More K that says, the floor of heaven is holy. Allah poked it.
That is true because Allah, it's solid unless Allah pokes holes in it. It is without fissure until Allah pokes holes in it to let people go through.
Karen says that the give alone to Allah is her favorite. Many people like the apples, but Morgie is unique and says they prefer why to lose this great opportunity. So, variety of opinions there on the favorite super chat animation. Thanks again to everyone who gave super chat. Thanks to everyone who tuned in live. I think Marion has the summary of what we read today. Or I mean, sorry, not read, watched. All I heard was a series of non sequiturs. Mary, your final thoughts on the Mufti, not on anything else, just on him.
That's all I heard. I like a lot of times they'll take arguments for divinity and say that that's Islam, but they're not here. They're just saying this is not even a good argument for there being a designer or anything else. It's just world big, therefore Allah bigger, so Allah. Like, I don't understand. It's like, I don't get it. I don't get it. So it's pretty terrible.
Indeed, indeed. Everything that Mufti Menk, as near as I can tell, everything he was trying to offer was a generic argument for a deity, which he then substitutes in a law for that. There are good arguments that you can make for a generic deity for the existence of a god. It wouldn't give you Islam, and what Mufti Menk offered is not those.
And some of the arguments are not good arguments for the God of Islam. Even if they are for a deity, it's not compatible with Islam. For example, the rationality and the measured laws and things like that. There are very few systems in which you would expect that to be the order of the world. You wouldn't, naturalism, you wouldn't expect laws and order and all the rest of this. You'd have no reason to expect it. But in Islam, you can't expect it either. So it would be a deception or a fluke, but it wouldn't be expected. So it's a terrible argument for Islam. So a lot of the arguments that work for a deity who happens to be congruent with the Christian deity isn't congruent with the Islamic ones. So.
And Andrew has a different summary of today. He says, I think I'll convert to Mormonism now. Thank you, Mufti Menk. And
I mean, they are better arguments for Mormonism. That's the funny thing. Haha, Mormonism expected us to have all these planets. There are all these planets. Mormonism confirmed. Like, seriously.
Indeed. Maybe coming to a Mormon channel near you soon. The James Webb Telescope has proved there are billions of planets. Therefore, this confirms that we will all get our own planet when we die. It at least fits better. But to your comment about converting to Mormonism, the Mufti does have a comment on that.
But many people find it difficult connecting with Allah.
Since you find it difficult connecting with Allah,
who tells you that you are no more than a slave to him, that's all you can ever be. Why would anyone have a hard time connecting with someone who goes, you slave?
And again, he has another comment on that.
There are many people who are leaving Islam, perhaps the largest in number.
For flocking out of Islam, perhaps to Mormonism. But Andrew did have a good comeback here. 10 planets if you stay in Islam, only 1 if you convert to Mormonism. So it kind of balances out.
You're right. At least 10.
All right. Thank you all for joining us. As we already said, Mary will be back on Saturday. Ian is out of town, so I won't have my usual Bible study this week. We'll be doing that look at Easter instead, the supposed paganism behind it with Mary. I don't know. It is Easter weekend, so I don't know if I'll do another stream or not. I do want to continue my look at the 100 Reasons Islam is False comment section, especially since Muslims shut down that video with false flags. I might try to do that like Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night. I don't know. We'll see. It is Holy Week, a lot going on. So stay tuned. And of course, back on Tuesday with Mary, in who was the first Muslim. Should be a great chat there. Until we meet again, remember that this isn't just about laughing. This isn't just about having fun. This is about sharing the truth with Muslims who so desperately need to escape the cult of Satan, aka Jibril, the cave demon. God bless everyone. Go and serve the Lord.